right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Orange Zone. Whether we like it or not, we're going live here at 5 o'clock. Sorry for the 30-minute delay. We are working on good old-fashioned technical issues. Here, I'm Bowman Michael here on the Score 58 Network. Have a lot of fun here. Sit back and enjoy some football here for the next 25 hours of football here. We're going to sit back and enjoy some football. You can always tune in to Score 58 Network and click on Football 2023, and you can watch all of these games. We have 6 games going on currently right now. We have the first game kicking in, the Atlanta Tigers versus, I love when my brain hits the wall, the Winchester Ducks. We have another game going on here with the Force and the Sharks. We'll get that started up here shortly. Sit back and enjoy the Atlanta Tigers here on the Score 58 Network Orange Zone, and we'll get everything else squared away for you. Thank you so much for joining. We'll be right back.
Hello. On the yeah, I got it lowered down. It's really hard to. It's hard to. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Okay. Yep. Okay. I'm working on it. All right, bye. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Hang on.
Technically, but my strength just dropped, so no. I will be soon. Though.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what you're looking at right now is two football games going on at the same time here on the Orange Zone. We've got the Mountain Force, King Mountain Force versus the Hilton Head Sharks, up 8-0 over the Sharks. We've got the Atlanta Tigers and the Winchester Ducks, 6-0 on that part here on the Score 58 Network. Once again, if you're wanting to watch the game, it's in entirety and full screen, you're more than welcome to. We're going to be here starting live when my announcers decide to show up here. They all have other jobs, and we're just happy to be here and here on the Score 58 Network. And I'm not going to take any deep breaths and enjoy life in that process. So sit back and enjoy, and we'll get started here shortly. Right now you get some early action here before our game of the week between the South Georgia Cavaliers and the Bama Bad Boys. And I'm looking forward to that game. And that'll be full in detail, ready to go. All right. Welcome to semi-pro football here on the Score 58 Network. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Orange Zone. I've got my man Adam Collins and myself here. Adam, how you doing, buddy?
I'm great, man.
Hey, that's all you can ask for. How did the soccer tournament turn out?
Cam was they give out last year they gave out a belt, like a championship belt.
Oh, I do enjoy the old WrestleMania
He got the belt once last year, but he got now they have this huge gold chain and it has a big emblem that says the GOAT.
Okay.
And he got the GOAT necklace, and so he was pretty stoked.
I can only imagine that in that part. So to be able to deal with that.
Carson had a great game too, though.
And I appreciate you bringing him in.
Just not the GOAT game. You
just not the GOAT game.
Because Cam had a clean sheet and then 3 goals. So he had a good tournament.
Well, we've got 2 games going on right now at 5 p.m. here on Eastern Standard Time on the Orange Zone Network. You can watch all our games here if you go to score-sports.com /football/23. Nope, that's football-23/. I apologize. Too many slashes.
Dashes and slashes.
Oh, my goodness. I feel like I am Mr. Freeze and the Incredibles right now, ladies and gentlemen. But we got 2 games going on right now. Give us a little bit update about these 2 games right now, Adam. Go ahead.
Well, right now you got the Atlanta Tigers versus the Ducks. And right now the story of this one is, it's no surprise if you follow the Tigers that their front 7 is amazing. I mean, you talk about speed on defense, and it doesn't matter which side of the ball you're on, speed kills. The Ducks hadn't really been able to get anything going. They've been playing with some funky stuff. I've seen them getting some normal like spread sets and getting what we call cone or trio, which is like an inverted bone look, but just haven't been able to get going because like when the minute the ball turns over, the Tigers are breathing down their neck. If they could get it'd be a great time for a screen. I'd even be willing to throw a middle screen or a tunnel. Outside screens are always safer, but the way the front 7 is pushing up field, I really think it's there. But, not everybody has screens in their package just because the nature of case in point.
Yeah, I mean, I love you say case in point. The Winchester Ducks are out of Tennessee. Atlanta Tigers out of Atlanta.
At Anderson Park here.
Yeah, home of the no lights. That's what I go with on that part.
Well, there's no plug-ins either.
Yeah, no. You bring your own battery. Here, hands down here. Up top on the right-hand side, we got the King Mountain Force out of the AFF. That's the Atlanta Football Federation versus the Hilton Head Sharks. They're pretty much in command right now, 28-0 over the Hilton Head Sharks. Hilton Head Sharks are an independent league on that part.
Yeah,
so
it looks like the Force is getting ready to go in again. Right now, the Hilton Head Sharks are just having a really tough time. Not only stopping the Force, but also getting in the end zone. It just hadn't gone well. And again, sometimes you have an off day. Everybody has a bad game. I don't think you throw the baby out with the bathwater here.
No, you really don't. I mean, based on the whole Moses experience, you don't want to throw any type of baby out.
Well, that kind of worked out for him.
It did. I mean, it did. If you're an Egyptian, I mean, you got to let I mean, we could get religious right now on a Saturday.
Well, I consider it more biblical than religious.
I say biblical. That's fine. And then Craig, if Craig was here right now, buddy, he'd be like, how about them Braves?
Yeah, he'd be slapping my leg.
We don't need to talk about this.
That's what he does when he thinks I'm going too far.
And he's not even going to be near you tonight, so that's good, even better. I mean, the nicest thing about it, this is the really first week of semi-professional football. Here we're in March. March always kind of opens up the floodgates of semi-professional football. We're going to have a couple of games here tonight. We got a total of 5 games. The sixth game that we thought we were going to be able to cover, it seems like They did not communicate with us.
There's been a change of venue.
I love change of venue. No, man, the field was canceled.
That's the nice way of saying.
I know.
That's the nice way of saying they told you no.
No, they didn't even tell me, man. I got people there on site, and they're not communicating, so that's okay. But we have realistically 3 6 o'clock kickoffs that have not started yet. We got the Atlanta Outlaws versus the Clayton County Spartans down in Forest Park, Georgia. We got the Bama Bad Boys. I love that name, and you're going to love the logo. Bama Bad Boys versus the South Georgia Cavaliers, okay, down in, I can't pronounce that name, South Georgia. Hands down, South Georgia. And then we got the Richmond Hill
Well, I can't
game.
see that far.
I know, brother. It's the Northeast Georgia Wolverines taking on the Puller Broncos. So we have a lot of different options that are going to come across the board here. As you can see on the top right-hand screen.
Nice open field play right there by the Ducks. Really thought they had something there. He shakes that first man. He's going to run for a second.
He is.
But they're in the red zone, as are the Force right now.
And our main active games are our 2 games that we're going to leave up, but we have 3 games remaining that we'd love to bring about. Our game of the week will be the South Georgia Cavaliers versus the Bama Bad Boys, mainly because I want to play Bad Boys, and what you going to do. What you going to do when they come for you.
The Ducks just vacate in the middle of the field because they're trying to bring pressure. And, what you do is everything underneath is wide open when that happens.
It is, and what you do is go underneath.
You got to get there.
Yeah.
If you're going to send people, you got to get there.
Number 11 for the Tigers almost threw an interception to number 10 from the Ducks.
If he'd gotten both hands on that, it might have been something.
Got a little extracurricular activities.
Well, you start running into these people, and, it gets people get upset.
I mean, buddy, if you hit my car, the only thing I'm like, I want to get out of my car, I'm going to have a conversation with you. So if you hit my body, I'm going to have a conversation with you as well.
I mean, if you get wrecked, you get upset.
Wrecked him. I didn't even know him. The only thing I think of, man, is I was like, man, me and Adam are going to call a game before Craig shows up. I'm like, yeah, Boss Moss would be in full effect at this point. We've come a long way where we can sit in a
yeah, we used to have to sit on location.
Brother, I used to be like, hey, you need to be here at 3 o'clock. We got to go. Yeah. I'll come pick you up.
Then wonder how we're getting home.
No. Ubers? More like Dubers on that part.
Let's see what the call is up there. And no official call yet. I thought he was in. They're going to talk about it.
And the positive part, we have so much other stuff to bring on. Like we need a TV show to talk about all the other, just my opinion segment. I mean, it's huge.
Oh, there it is, touchdown. And so the Force gets in again. Like I said,
it's a running clock in the 3rd quarter.
Oh,
And
that was a nice grab.
It was. I won't hit replay, but congratulations to the Tigers. Great job across the board. They've opened up week 1 in the APDFL and are saying, hey, give us some attention across the board. They've had some chance to play some games already.
Well, that always helps, if you can get a couple games under your belt.
In a preseason match,
it's such an advantage.
I think that's why, in many ways, you have to keep 2 games in the NFL, the National Federation of National Football League, National Football League, to be able to have at least 2 preseason. You have to have it. You can't max it and just say, hey, we're good. No problem there.
Why did he fall on the ball?
He didn't want the other team to pick it up and run for 2 points.
Well, if he picks it up, he runs for 2 points.
I know.
I don't understand that one.
I know.
That's one of those you'd have got yelled at our practice.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, if you're with us right now, we have some fun games ready to go. We've got the good old-fashioned Northeast Georgia Wolverines and the Bronco Pullers.
Puller Broncos.
Like we've seen them before. Puller Broncos, man.
Indeed we have.
They played the Hilton Head Sharks. All right. We got that game live, ready to go. I mean, if you can't ask for more, I mean, I feel like you need to have some big old ears. You don't ever watch the Red Zone, do you? I mean, you're poor, so it's okay. You don't watch the Red Zone, right?
I really don't. You know, the only professional football I watch is semi-professional football.
Brother, hey. Hold on. I got to find the song for you.
I can hear it.
I could hear it too, but I felt like I wasn't.
But semi-pro, I like semi-pro for the same reasons that I like college football, because it's pure. It's guys who love the game. Not everybody's going to make money one day. You know what I'm saying? And guys play because they love to play, and that's why I appreciate it. You know, NFL football is $1 million crybabies, in my opinion.
I understand that on that part.
The guys make millions of dollars and complain all the time, and I'm just like, man, what do you have to complain about?
Yeah, I agree. And I love when I mess up my logos and do all that, and you say, "Hey, Bo, something's going right here. You're messing up everything." So I'll get that squared away here. We got the Tigers. They're at half right now, so we can go away from the Tigers and the Ducks and get ready for some other particular type of football here. And we'll talk a little bit about some other things here. Most importantly, we'll take a pause here and see what we can come up with here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're live here on the Northeast Georgia Wolverines down in the Puller Broncos. We got Adam Collins on the call here. Let's talk a little bit about this and have a little fun here. The Broncos are in black, and the Northeast Georgia Wolverines are in white. Go ahead, Adam.
All right, doubles look right there. little trying to dump it off into the flats right there to the back, out of the backfield. Unable to do so. Ball batted down by the D lineman. Nice defensive play. The Wolverines were dominant last week. Be interesting to see how week 2 goes.
When you say the word dominant, talk to me, because you had a chance to watch that game. Like everybody's experiencing that game here in the EFL. EAFL.
Like every aspect. Like played multiple quarterbacks, shuffled people around, had 3 backs come in and just run wild. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, that might be Brumfield at quarterback.
Well, he was a vampire back in the 1700s.
Indeed. Just quick give up the gut. And huge. Like the offensive line is just mashing people.
Buddy, they are players to watch.
Their offensive line was player of the week last week.
And you got my man.
Like,
I love when I give my man Robert Reed. Robert, brother, I'm gonna give you a new name, man. You just called the Star. He even rolled a replay for us because he knew we weren't able to do that on this part. So that's even better.
like they just mash them up front.
They do. They have an offensive line that's incredible.
The backs have to love those guys because they recreate the line of scrimmage. By the time he got the ball, they'd already crossed it to the end zone, so it's a touchdown. It doesn't matter if he's got the ball. If you break the plane with the ball, it's a touchdown. And it doesn't matter if somebody else takes it, kicks it across the field, out into the parking lot, it's still a touchdown. Looks like the Wolverines going to go for 2 here. Important play for the Broncos right here. You know, you want to try to hold them. Simply because, you know, you get in and hit a PAT, and you're winning. Drops back, fires, there he is, like stealing.
From a baby.
Just running across the back line right there.
Funny,
I mean,
when it happens, that is like butter, you know.
And so this is
I
one of
would
those
agree with
deals
you on that.
where Pooler needs to come out. I wouldn't say they need to score right here, but they definitely need to come out and get a couple first downs, give their defense a second. Although that was kind of a quick strike from the Northeast Georgia Wolverines, who are, based on what I saw last week, a force to be reckoned with. But we'll see what happens right here. I know that as a coach, you're trying to shake that one off. You know, it's not that big a deal. Everybody gives up touchdowns. It happens. You know, the big question is, how do you respond? And how do your players respond? Right now, their players are way too deep. And they're still 15 yards deep. There we go. And wait for the officials to blow the ball into play. And it's action time. And there's the Wolverine kick. Kind of a blooping kick. Going to be taken at about the 10-yard line. Brought straight back up the middle. Pretty good coverage by the Wolverines. Somebody lost a shoe. Always tough. If you've ever tried to put it back on a tied cleat, it's not always easy. You know, you play long enough, it's happened. You see up in the upper right-hand corner, the King Mountain Force. Obviously in control there. The Sharks kind of having a bad day. But everybody's had a bad day. You play this game long enough, you've had a bad day. Coach it long enough, you've had a bad day. So doubles look for the Broncos. Gift straight up the gut. Looked like a face mask right there and didn't get called. Looks like he got back to the original line of scrimmage. The Wolverine front seven pretty tough. Wolverines are tough in general. I know Pooler's trying to get something going here. We'll see what they have. Looks like a same formation. It's just a plain doubles look. You know, Northeast Georgia playing that 4-3 they always play. Quick heat. I don't understand why the receiver released right there. If that receiver picks up at least one block, the man with the ball doesn't have to, the slot man doesn't have to shake three people. If he pins the outer man, because the outer man ran in, if he pins him down, it gives the man somewhere to go. I think somebody zigged where they should have zagged on that one. Okay, now they got trips up to the top side of the screen there. They're going to pull a backer out of the box. Let him triangle between those two. There's a snap. Got a flood route to the left. Two guys running in the middle of the field, though. Had a post out of both sides. Not sure why he would have done that. It seems like one of those guys would have had a vertical route. Like, my thought is one of the guys on the trip side should have gone vertical to go ahead and stretch the field three ways. Then you bring the post in on the backside, just the way I would do it, but that's just me. I don't claim to be an offensive genius. That's my partner. He's not here yet. Now the Broncos out to punt. Looks like they might be getting into a spread punt, like a new age spread punt. Maybe not. No, now they're into an old school spread punt, but they're still drafting people. Okay. I think they're still looking for one more. Here he comes. Special teams are tough. I'm on teams that practice 5 days a week and we can't get everybody out there sometimes. So I feel you. I feel you. Looks like they're going to take a delay of game. Back them up 5. Yeah. I'm sure they're going to have the come to Jesus meeting on the sideline about the punt team when they get off. Interesting. The Wolverines choose to, oh, it looked like they were going to double the gunner, and then they came after it. Off the corners. Oh, takes a great bounce for the Wolverines, kind of bounces backwards. Probably just barely punted a first down. And now the Wolverines out. Fixing to get after it. So it's going to be interesting to see, you know, does Pooler make adjustments right here to try and stop the bleeding? But I don't know how you adjust getting smoked off the ball. Yeah, well, I mean, I take that back. The defensive line could cut. That's a possible strategy. I know they've started emphasizing that rule, though. Got a stack, got a bunch out wide to the left side right here. Single receiver to the right. Low snap. Picked up by the back. Just and makes a great play out of nothing. Good vision, good use of people getting in the way, and just gets upfield. You know, really smart play. Bad snap. Pick the ball up, get what you can get.
Hey, on the top right-hand corner, we got the Atlanta Outlaws taking on the Clayton County Spartans here in the IFLX League. Week 1, we'll drop down another game as well once that game gets started back here. Go ahead and take it away, Adam. You're doing a great job. Small poems will be written about you and haikus.
Okay, I thought a haiku was a small poem.
No, it's not. It's an onomatopoeia. Go ahead.
All right, doubles look again for the Wolverines. There's a snap, looking downfield, fires down the left sideline, has a man, he can't stay in. Oh, there was nobody else to beat. He was going to trot into the end zone right here. Great protection, beautiful pocket. Quarterback set his feet, fired, and the ball was on the money. I mean, that's everything you want to see. You know, that's a testament to what the coaching staff and the players have been able to pull off with the Northeast Georgia Wolverines. Lined up with that bunch to the left again. Oh, back slips. There's a man there for the Broncos, but I kind of think he slipped down. Sometimes, you know, if that turf gets a little wet, it gets real slick. And we've had quite a bit of rain of late. Right now, the Northeast Georgia Wolverines spending a lot of time in the Score 58 red zone. Looks like we're going to have trips left. That same receiver up to the right. Be interesting to see if they go to the 3 receiver side or if they go to where they think they're going to have single coverage. Looks like hitches and anything quick, the slants there. Or if they're going to go to the 3-way stretch. And he fires to the single receiver. Oh, good Lord. Goal! Not just kidding. He went straight into the soccer goal. Quarterback led him a little too much. Yeah, that's wrong sport. And now somebody's moving the soccer goal out of the back of the end zone. I think that is a wise decision. While I do love communist kickball, we need to not run into nets off the field. Wolverines setting back up. See if they go the same way again, back down here to the single receiver side. Looks like that linebacker might be robbing the slant this time, but looks like we're going to roll to the trips. Quarterback slips, and really fortunate play right there for the Pula Broncos, who were rushing upfield hard and able to make a play. You know, if the Broncos could turn them back right here, I mean, that's a win. That's a huge win. Because I've yet to see the Wolverines showcase a kicker. So, you know, I don't see them kicking a field goal right here. So if they can hold them out of the end zone, this is a huge win if you're the Pula Broncos. Man, look at those. That is some kind of green right there. That is super green. I like the neon colors myself. That's nice looking. All right, see what the Wolverines decide to do here. Go back to that old traditional doubles look. Right now, the slot man is uncovered down here to the left side. I would just give him the ball and let him run. And instead, they try to throw an out route that comes up a little short right there. I don't know why the quarterback didn't just stand up and give it to the slot man. The safety's 14 yards off the ball. You can't cover somebody 14 yards off the ball. It doesn't work. And that linebacker couldn't get there in time. You get a block out of the outside receiver, you got something. But instead, it's going to be a turnover on downs. And it's going to be Bronco ball. So the Pula Broncos bow their backs right there and keep them out. And, you know, keep in mind this is a one-possession game. You know, it's one big play and a two-point conversion from this thing being tied up. Those uniforms, man. And that's the Outlaws. Correct? The Outlaws in the upper right screen. Oh, good Lord. Ball was down, trying to fight out of the end zone to keep the Wolverines from scoring right there. The Broncos lost a handle on the ball, and they're kind of marching backwards right now. So now if you're in a gun, you're taking a snap in the end zone. Be interested to see how they line up right here. Maybe they go to a more traditional set and go under center in hopes of trying to get a little breathing room. Let's see. No, they're going to be in the gun. Okay. There's a snap. Quarterback looking. Fires down the right sideline. Has a man. Overthrown, but picked off by the Northeast Georgia Wolverines. Nice defensive play. Great coverage. In phase. Made sure that he stayed deeper than the deepest man.
All right, for those ladies and gentlemen that deal with the what is it, ADHD disease, attention deficit disorder. All right, we got Northeast Georgia Wolverines in the first quarter here against the Puller Broncos. On the right-hand side, we got the Spartans and Outlaws up top, and then we got the Tigers starting to. They haven't changed to the third quarter, but we got 26-0 over the Winchester Ducks here in the APDFL. So a lot of fun, a lot of excitement. Stay tuned. We've got more games coming. We're waiting for our game of the week that's going to get started here shortly. And looks like the Bad Boys are about to start. Oh, look at that. As soon as I say it, man, we get the Bad Boys action here. Courtesy of Joey the Man Russo here. The Bad Boys versus the South Georgia Cavaliers. That will be our.
That's a county outline, I take it.
It is. I like that.
What county are they out of?
Way down there. Way South Georgia, okay? South Georgia across the board here. And we'll get started with this here. If you want to watch.
That's awesome. That drone footage is amazing.
I know. He enjoys that on that part. We just don't hope that, I mean, he's multitasking. There's one person there doing two things at once. So we'll see how it plays out. With that in mind, we'll see how we get everything else going for sound-wise.
Hey, what city are the Bama Bad Boys out of?
Alabama. I mean, that's really the whole city.
Alabama?
Alabama. I appreciate you asking me questions that I have no answer for right now. Northeast Georgia Wolverines did just score another touchdown. They not the first touchdown of the game here, and they're up 8-0.
No, they scored. That's the second one.
That is the second. He just hadn't had the score on that
Correct.
part. Okay. No, I don't hold that against
That's why
him.
I'm here.
Yeah, and that's all I ask right here. But we have our game of the week here. South Georgia Cavaliers versus the Bad Boys of Alabama. Glad to have you with us. I'm Bowman Michael here on the Score 58 Network. This is our game of the week. That's some good stretching technique for those people that don't know. White stripes, a.k.a. zebras, stretch before they get tackled by lions and eaten in the wild. So I always find that helpful. For those people that want to see other games, feel free to join in with us right now. We have other games here on the Score 58 Network. The first one of the first games we got going on right now that plays into it. We have the Tigers, the Atlanta Tigers, 26-0, and I want to go ahead and throw up the. Did I mess that? Oh, I did. I messed it up. because I got rid of the logo on that part. I apologize on that part from the ticker. Oh, hey, nice view there, Joey. Bag of donuts, man. You're doing a great job here. But we got the Outlaws and the Spartans we're going to keep focused on. So we'll get started here with this
good gravy.
I know, buddy. But tune in. The angle really to tune in right now, if you were ever to look at a particular game, that you're like, hey, I want to watch this game. Watch this particular atmosphere right now, okay? And I'm going to put this logo up here for those people that tune in with us a little bit too late here. Go to Score Sports, Score-Sports, Football-23, okay? That'll give you all 6 games. Right now, we're only going to stream 5. The 6th game at 7 p.m. did get canceled. We were not notified. I'm not throwing shade, but I'm
if there's shade to be thrown.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I got an umbrella.
I'm usually the shade thrower.
Yeah, I'm throwing some umbrella up right there. The Falcons went dark and the Titans went dark because Lenore Park is the home of the 5th down. And that happened right now. We got the Spartans and the Outlaws on the top right-hand corner ready for kickoff here between the Bad Boys and the Cavaliers.
I can remember being at Lenore Park back in the day.
Buddy, the only thing I did was reference my thought process of how far Score Sports has grown, that we can sit here.
Well, I can remember us trying to
do one game instead of 6 games.
I'm talking, and I'm laying across all the equipment with a towel, trying to keep everything from getting wet.
I was like, hey, man, get a nail, and let's nail it up, nail the tarp
We
up.
broke a tent trying to put a tent up.
Yeah.
Like, we had to bend the legs, and it was ridiculous.
Different world, man, where we've grown in intelligence level, and some might say we have not, but that's okay to be able to deal with that on that part. But we are getting ready for the Bad Boys of Alabama taking on the South Georgia Cavaliers. They're our game of the week.
It's a pretty field.
It is. They did a great job making sure they marked it off, even to the point that I told Joey, I said, hey, Joey, buddy, you're going to need to bring.
I mean, that's really well painted.
It is. And I said, you're going to need to bring, and they made a point of getting that paint ready to go.
I mean, that seems like such a little thing.
But it's hard.
But
it's hard,
attention
man.
to detail.
It is. It changes the whole.
Attention to detail. See, this right here tells me a lot about the Cavaliers coaching staff.
I know. Enough that I will go the extra mile for them on that part. Hands down.
They're going to pay attention to detail, and they understand how important little things are. A wise old coach once told me, if you do all the little things right, the big things will take care of themselves. And this kid is running wild. Number 9 is running wild right now. Like he is a one-man show for the Spartans right now. Did Northeast Georgia kick a field goal?
It looks like they did if they're up 10-0 on that part.
Okay, I missed that.
Yeah. I'll take that away, bring that back here.
Well, you know, I said earlier they hadn't showcased a kicker yet, and apparently they have one. Fires across the middle. Ball almost picked off by the Outlaws right there. I'm still digging the helmet.
Talking about the rotating?
I like the way the helmet looks. I like the logo.
Yeah.
And I'm with you. I'm surprised, though, that you went with black outside the orange.
I did. I got
instead of maroon.
I know. I've let go of maroon based on my my laws of physics on this part.
Okay.
You know, right now we're getting ready for this particular game. Once again, I want to remind everybody, stay tuned to the Score 58 Network. Go to Score 58 Network, click on Football 2023, and you can watch all 6 games. Okay, if you're watching us on Facebook, if you're watching us on different things, we'll come into these different games when they get a little bit close. But right now, we're having a little fun here across the board with our 5th game. We only got 5 games tonight. The 6th game got canceled. based on the condition of the field. The Georgia Titans and the Georgia Falcons will not take place, but we got the Bad Boys and the Cavaliers taking place tonight. And it should be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. A little bit of a less stress factor. We're getting ready for a lot of fun here in the football season. The 1st of March always really breaks open here what semi-pro means, but also April 1st is the week 1 of the Women's National Football Conference. And Adam, if I could give you a dime, you'd be a rich man, brother. That's all I can say.
Okay.
The amount of intensity that has been put into the Women's National Football Conference. We're heading into the high school here in the state of Georgia, Final Four with the championship next week.
Saw that the Cardinals lost.
They did. It was a good game. Me and Craig and Jennifer had a great time calling the game. The Jonesboro Cardinals, one of our flagships. They really enjoyed that part here.
I hate that for Dan.
Well, but the only thing you can hope sometimes, man, still waiting on more Bad Boys to show up. So with that in mind, if they're still waiting for more Bad Boys to show up, we will adjust accordingly and flip over to this particular game here, Northeast Georgia Wolverines and the Bronco Pullers. And let Adam call the game while I try to figure out what's going on in the crazy world that we live in.
All right, looks like the Wolverines just got hit for holding. The Puller Broncos got to appreciate that, because up front they've been getting kind of mauled. Although the last two possessions, the first time they kept them out of the end zone, and then the next time they held them to a field goal, which in my opinion is a win, because the Northeast Georgia Wolverines are kind of a high-powered offense. You know, they're very balanced in their ability to run and pass.
And the one thing they showed last week was dominant on the run, hands down.
Well, it's just because that front five, man.
Yeah, when I asked players to watch, he just said the O-line.
Yeah, those cats can play now.
Yeah.
Because they just mash folks. And if you think I'm lying, if this is a run play, watch it. It's not. But look at the pocket. The pocket was just as clean as it could be. Receivers got to hang on to that one. Unable to hold on to it. Good D. Had two guys there for the Broncos. But if it was me, I'd run the ball till your nose bled. Like, I would make you put 35 people in the box before I stopped running the ball. You'd be bringing people out of the stands to put them in the box.
What's in the box?
What in the box? When I'm talking about in the box, I'm talking about counting guys from tackle to tackle on the defense. Like right now, they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys in the box, and then they've got 5.5 guys, and they're still going to win. You know, Craig and I used to talk about this all the time. We're going to write a book one day called "If You Can Count, You Can Win," because I can't tell you the number of times we line up in a kind of a funky formation, and then we just count, because we used to call our little plays from the line of scrimmage. We just count who's where, and then let people adjust. And if they don't adjust, usually it's some sort of overset or like tight end trips, something that kind of messes with people's rules. And we just count. And on that side of the ball, see, like they've got 6 guys. They've got 3 guys on each side of the ball, basically. So you can kind of go wherever you want. Northeast Georgia fires slant. He's just wide open. And so, there's nobody there. Because the guys that should be dropping in those zones are trying to stop the run. I mean, you know, it's almost like with a team that's really good offensively, you got to kind of pick your poison, choose what you're going to stop. You know, personally, you know, as when I was a defensive guy, I simply look at it and go, okay, this is these teams' 5 best plays. We're going to stop these five best plays. Beat me somehow. Beat me another way. But right here, you know, they load up to try to stop the run. But because those backers weren't dropping into zones, you know, because the thing is, that backer that was over there on the left side, if he was dropping into pass responsibility, he should have taken his read steps, then thrown his left elbow, and immediately found number one. And that guy's crossing, and he's running a slant. He should try to separate him from his soul. But instead, they were trying to stuff the middle.
It sounds more John Wick for me. And I apologize for thinking that on that part right now. Up at the top right-hand corner, we got the Atlanta Tigers taking on the Winchester Ducks. And we'll go down involvement right here. We got the Atlanta Outlaws and the Clayton County Spartans. Once again, you can go to the score-sports.com/football. Is it dash or dot? It's dash 23/. You can go there. Just type in Score 58 Network and do your due diligence right now. We got a 0-0 ball game here for the Spartans and the Outlaws, Northeast Georgia Wolverines. What you giggling about, old man?
They snapped it, and I think it went.
You talking about the Spartans game?
Yeah.
Okay, man. You laughing? I'm like looking at the other thing. Your job is to look at the live game.
He immediately just handed it to the back. Was like,
nah, I'm not taking it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hard pass.
It was like, have you ever seen the episode of The Simpsons where Bart's the quarterback?
Yeah.
And he goes to hand off to Milhouse, and Milhouse is God, please no, Bart.
The one thing that we won't go back to is the Force and the Sharks. It's a 44-0 third quarter lead. The King Mountain Sharks, or the King Mountain Force, is over the Hilton Head Sharks 44-0.
Well, that's the thing, man. Sometimes when it rains, it pours.
It does.
I
mean, you can't blame it. You can't blame it.
I feel for the Sharks.
I do.
But we've all been there as players. We've been there as coaches. You know, sometimes this ain't your day. Hey, check out the APDFL ticker down there in the bottom going through the top 25.
I know. I mean, if we can get this Bama game up. They already started.
Bad boys, bad boys.
They did. They started, and they messed with us. We didn't get the update. They didn't do a kickoff. And they just kind of started very quickly on us.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
We will on this part. Cavaliers in South Georgia, Bad Boys. Had them take it away.
Cavaliers with the ball, trips up to the right side. Quick screen. And it's going to be good for what looks to be about 8 or 9. Nope, it's 10 because it's first down. So I noticed there was one official that didn't get the memo about the shorts.
No, he didn't.
But I feel you, man. It's too hot down there to not wear shorts.
Everybody else wore pants.
When you get down below the net line, baby, you gotta be rocking the shorts.
All right, we'll keep everybody updated on the other games. Once again, feel free to go on, and we'll throw that up here in just a minute.
Quick dump just out to the back, cuts back across the middle, making his way through traffic any way he knows how.
Is that a song? I feel like it was, man. I feel like you were channeling
You don't know that?
Yeah.
Making their way any way they know how.
Yeah. Finish it.
That's just a little bit more than the law will allow.
I know. I mean, it's the good old boys.
Yeah.
They don't mean any harm.
No, for sure.
Yeah. As the Dukes of Hazzard for those people that live in the Northeast.
That's old school,
brother,
man.
It is. We are aging ourselves right now. We're right here in the first quarter of action.
Looks like somebody cheated.
Okay. Whitecap need to work out. He's got some calf issues. So.
Did you say the Whitecap has cankles?
He don't have cankles, brother. He just got a leg. He got like post. So he just got little sticks.
It looks like a 4x4.
Yeah. I love when they were like, hey, we're ready to wear shorts with stripes. No, nobody's allowed to wear shorts with stripes. Wear pants.
The striped pants remind me of prison.
Well, I mean, based on your Fort Knox experience, I can understand that.
Yeah.
And once again, this is why we're not allowed to call games, Adam. And that's why Craig needs to be here.
Yeah.
Or any other announcer. Because when me and you start going down the rabbit hole, we don't come back. Once again.
They're going to hit it for false start again.
They did.
Jeez, man.
And
But-
so what started out, it was a crazy good drive. You know, you got back-to-back procedural penalties.
Man, the Force are beating the Sharks 44-0.
Yeah, like I
Okay.
said, the Sharks are having a bad day,
The
man.
Wolverines are for real. They're taking down Puller 16-0. Okay, once again, the Spartans got on the scoreboard 7-0 over the Outlaws, which is a good week 1 because the Spartans did lose in week 0 to the Force.
Okay.
I like
Nice.
the jerseys on
He's-
both ends.
Oh, man, is he going to drop the stick, brother? Drop the stick. If you're ever holding the
Listen to
change
you,
for a
but it-
team
but this is
and
just
somebody
the coach.
heads toward the sideline,
Ladies and gentlemen, this
just
is just
drop
coach.
the
Here we go,
stick.
Here we go. Here we go.
drop the stick.
Yeah, here we go. I gotta find where that.
Yeah,
volume's
you
got-
can't find it, can you?
No, the
That's
volume.
what you get for liking
I
Justin
know,
Bieber.
I know, brother. Be quiet. I'm trying to figure out where my volume's coming from right there.
You look like you like Justin Bieber, though.
I story of my life, brother. It's, we'll get that. We'll get the volume taken care of. Don't worry about me.
Look, that was interesting. He reversed out in the gun to make a handoff. That was – I don't know that I've ever seen that.
All right, here we go. Let's see if we can hear it. It's clean. Yeah, it's clean.
There you go.
I appreciate that.
That's my motto.
I try to, man. It's not my motto. It's something I work for too, right there.
I don't know if you know this, but I'm a very angry person.
No, really, 79. I would never thought that part.
I don't know
hey,
what.
buddy. I went to the Joy this week, and I saw some pictures of you in '89, and it made me smile.
Oh, yeah?
I did. I saw you in a wrestling and a football uniform and a wrestling uniform. Is it a leotard or a uniform?
It's a singlet is what it's called.
No, it's a unitard, brother. I appreciate you saying singlet.
Unitard would imply that it has legs.
Yeah, I appreciate that. All right. Now I got to answer this call. You go back and take the call.
All right. So 4th down right here, 4th and short for the Cavaliers. Be interesting to see what they have right here. There's a snap. Oh, quick give, but lost the ball, then his helmet. So, like I said, what started out as a super promising drive for the Cavaliers, I mean, they end up, 4 yards short. They took 10 yards in penalties on this drive. I mean, I'm just saying, Matt says they'd have had another first down if they don't take the penalties. That's one of those things, that you hope to iron out. But early in the season, procedural stuff occurs. You're going to have stuff like that. You're going to have, issues making sure everybody's on the field. If you change personnel offensively or defensively, getting people in and out of the game, making sure you got the right number of people out there all the time. That seems like a very rudimentary thing. However, it's one of those things that you'll be shocked at the number of times it can go wrong.
Hold on, buddy. I'm trying to deal with the other issues, and you said rudimentary. Can you spell that? I feel like you just said rude.
It's R-U-D-mentary.
I'll go with that. And the only thing I was like,
oh, man.
Oh,
wow.
wow.
We talk about keys to the game, and one of the things I talk about every week is
we didn't get a chance to do it,
is
man.
the center quarterback exchange and how important it is.
Look, I'll bring it up right now, man. I mean, just because you brought it into play right here. Keys to the game. All right, you ready? Here we go. All right, here we go. So just feel like you were part of the experience here.
All right,
Center court. Go ahead.
I
Keys
always
to the
talk
game.
about the center quarterback exchange because it seems like such a simple thing.
It's not, man.
But
I've had a guy grab my butt so many times that it's not a simple thing. Okay, they got to call me. They got to give me, give me a text, a message, or something, man. If they're just going to just.
Craig would have walked out already.
I know he would, but he's not here right now, so we
but
can
the
have
center
a little
quarterback
fun.
exchange, like again, it's such a simple thing, but and it leads right into the next one: ball security, maintaining control of the ball.
It makes me giggle when you say that. I apologize, man. It's going to be a long night. Here we go.
And
it's the red. It's the
and
orange
the Cavaliers are there at the mesh point,
buddy. That's an understatement. I'm going to hit the record button so I can have a little fun. doing a replay
Yeah,
of the mesh point.
I mean,
and I appreciate the Cavaliers being. I like the yellow jerseys. We can see the numbers. That's awesome. We can even see the white jerseys for the Bad Boys.
Both teams have uniforms that can be red. That's
they can,
really nice.
But we don't have rosters for either one of the teams, and that's struggle.
Well, here's the thing. It's not about having your name called. It's about your team winning.
It is on that part. And
Name calling's for your mama.
Yeah.
And in this case, your wife or your kids.
We got Tigers up 26-0. The Spartans up 7-0 over the Outlaws, and the Wolverines of Northeast Georgia up 18-0 over the Bronco Pullers. So right now we got a good close game here in the first quarter between the Cavaliers.
Oh Lord!
We're gonna give a safety.
Yep.
All right. Good job.
There it is. I talk about it all the time.
We enjoy a good safety. We do.
I know people are like, he just says the same thing every time. Well, the same thing is true every time.
Yeah, it is.
No, our halftime evaluation.
Did you ever try to snap as a kid?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I couldn't do it.
I still teach people how to snap.
I'm sorry, but you didn't snap.
But I know how.
Okay, but you couldn't do it. Okay,
when we were
finish the comment, old man.
When we were kids, I could do it. I just didn't want anybody to know I could do it.
Okay, but you didn't do it in high school, old man.
No, I had no desire to be the center.
But you okay?
Because I used to listen. I used to listen to them.
We all are.
I listened to them yell at you all the time.
I know, brother. I understand that.
And I was like, I got enough problems. You know what I'm saying? I got people yelling at me at home all day, so I'm not going to go to practice and have people yell at me all day too. But snapping the ball it's an art. A lot of it's about muscle memory, but learning to be on target, and then you have a guy smashing you in your face while you're trying to do it, and it changes things. But because you basically have two jobs when you're the center. One, you got to snap the ball. Two, you got to block somebody. Whereas everybody else just has one job. And, it's funny because I listen to other people yell at my centers. And because I'm an offensive line coach, I listen to people yell at my centers. And I just look at my center and I go, hey, man, everybody yelling at you has never done it before, so don't listen to them. Listen to me. And because I understand how difficult a job it is. In my opinion, it is the hardest position to play aside from quarterback. And the thing is when you do a great job, nobody notices and nobody cares. You have to be a real football person to appreciate offensive, defensive line play. And defensive line play, they make sacks and they have huge tackles for losses. You know what I'm saying? Even as an offensive line, most of the time, if you devastate the guy in front of you, nobody cares. Like, I like it, but that's just me. Like right here, nice clean pocket. Fires the ball down the right sideline. It's going to fall out of bounds, but, threw the ball in triple coverage, so I wouldn't advise doing that. But, and there's a flag down in the backfield. Let's see what the official has to say about it. Whitecap looking around, talking to his friends. Because everybody knows the only friends officials have are other officials. Just kidding. Just kidding. I love officials. They do a hard job. Well, they're backing them up. It looked like they backed them up 8 yards, so I'm not sure what penalty that was. Never saw a signal from the official, so all right. So the Cavaliers in penalty trouble again. There's a snap. Fires out. Looks like they're trying to. And he ran back inside. I'm not sure why he ran back inside. I really thought he had something outside because I didn't see any linemen releasing downfield. So I guess it wasn't supposed to be a tunnel. I believe, football's a very simple game, run away from the people. But maybe it was designed differently and somebody else did something wrong. I don't know. just a true. Well, there we go. Now they go to trips. They were in true gun look. Now they go to trips right. And timeout by the Cavaliers. They were having a little trouble getting lined up. Looks like maybe the coach is a tad bit upset. I will tell you, sometimes not being able to get lined up is an upsetting thing if you're a coach. Or if you're a player, for that matter. You know, if you've ever been an offensive lineman down in a stance while everybody else tries to get in position and they do it wrong, like it's really an aggravating thing. I can remember being super ticked off, you know, waiting on those guys to line up. Like, come on. You got one job.
Yeah, but you being an offensive lineman back in the day, buddy, you took your time to get down. So, I mean, I appreciate you.
Oh, I did.
Going over time here. Once again, we're live here on the Orange Zone. If you want to watch any particular game, we were streaming 5 games this evening. And feel free to jump on and do that on that part. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Well, I thought of myself as the talent then, too.
You're definitely the talent here. Score-sports.com/football-23. Feel free to watch that, and we'll have a little.
A little one hopper.
Hey, do you have Netflix?
I do.
Okay. Do you know what's going to happen tonight at 10 o'clock?
I do not.
I love you, man.
Well, what's happening?
The first live event ever on Netflix. They're going to do a live streaming event.
What is it?
Chris Rock comedy.
I find Chris Rock amusing.
I do. And I found it very interesting. It'll happen here in 3 hours.
Somebody going to slap him?
No. But a year ago and 1 week they did. So
man.
Hence why you were going to play this.
That blew my mind.
We all did.
I was like,
you're talking about a year later, bro.
I was like, did that really happen?
Yeah. Just like, keep it out of your mouth, man. Okay.
I was like, you gotta have way more chill than that.
So, right now it's 2-0. We got the Northeast Georgia Wolverines up 18-0 here on the Score 58 network.
If the Cavaliers can stay out of penalty trouble, they'll be fine. But here again,
all right, you got a quiz. What's the score to the Force versus Sharks game?
Force versus Sharks game.
This is your money. Okay, if you're going to get paid.
52-0.
52-0. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Who doesn't get paid? Adam doesn't get paid. Okay, it's 44-0.
Oh, I was close.
You were close. Hand grenades and horseshoes.
That's right.
All right, and then we got the next one here. That's the Northeast Georgia Wolverines, 18-0.
Cornhole beanbags are another thing.
Cornhole and bean. Don't ever use the word cornhole around me again, son. We've had this conversation ever since prison of 1787. 7-0 Spartans. That seems like a good game. I look forward to bringing that back to you here. And we got the Tigers and the Ducks, 26-0 across the board here. So we have a bunch of different games going on. We have a lower third. Being able to kind of give you a little bit of insight.
Looks like the Ducks might get in right here. It's late in the fourth quarter, I believe. I'm sure the Tigers are kind of playing everybody at this point.
Well, this being week 1 of the APTFL, it's huge.
Oh, rumbling, baby.
He did. He tried to get in there on that part. All right, so talk to me a little bit about, I love the views. We got a lot of views, a lot of people clicking in right now across the board here. Whether they're listening to us or not, I'm not going to dig into that.
I hope not for their sakes.
No. And I say that in the most positive way.
Without a doubt.
You know.
The most positive, nicest
way
way
buddy,
possible.
There's been times that we've called games that were like, I'm sorry, we didn't mean to do that.
Yeah. So. Lord, I apologize.
For the, what was it?
Lord, I apologize. Please be with the starving pygmies.
Yeah, the pygmies. I always forget about the pygmies. I look at that and I think about, ladies and gentlemen, for those people that are not a part of us on the Orange Zone Network here, we've been a long way coming, okay? We've had a lot of time We're streaming 6 games right now, or 5. Sorry, 6 was a fictitious number. 5 games.
When we started this, my beard was brown.
I know, and my back was white, and I got it bruised up that one time, and it's never been the same again on that part.
I won't lie. I wish I had been here to watch you fall down the steps.
I know you don't, because you'd be like, you would feel
okay, because I would have checked on you, and then I would have laughed.
And, you'd be like, "Are you okay? Do you understand
we have
that
to wait
you
on
bounced when you hit the floor?"
We have to wait on you to say, "Yeah, I'm okay," before we
Buddy,
can laugh.
I was just like, "Yeah."
Because
It's been so amazing to watch this journey, Adam, between women's national football, women's national, or women's football in general. That's where we started. And then we just kind of dug into semi-pro. And we've had different locations. And I was like, hey, man, come join me on this location.
Yeah, it's got some wheels on it right there.
He does. And being 2-0, I mean, the Bad Boys.
At this point, every possession is really important.
It really is for the first game of the season.
But I have really enjoyed it. But like you said, it started out at Grady Stadium one afternoon.
And I was like, hey, buddy, you available? And you're like, yeah, man, I'll come out. I was like, all right, man, I need somebody else to talk to. I don't want to talk to myself. And technology has really amped this. And we've had so many people help. We've had, and I don't want to mention names, but you know who you are. You've helped so much to bring this network to the forefront. And it's awesome, and I appreciate that, hands down. And we're able to stream 5 games right now.
Yeah, used to it was us at one location.
That was it, and nobody else.
You get what you get.
Yeah, and you don't pitch a fit. And now we're like, well, we give you. We
you
give
might
you 5
get
games.
a tight and a wide view.
Maybe. Deep pass. Oh, he caught it. That was nice.
Oh,
nice,
man.
nice.
Had 2 receivers in the same area. I'm not sure what was going on.
Look at this replay right here. We're going to see the replay. It was just too nice not to show the replay of it.
Great pocket. I don't know why he's
the
rolling.
Bad Boys said, hey, I'm not going to make the first one catch it, but I'm going to make the second one catch it.
Yeah, that's teamwork.
Yeah. Teamwork makes the
dream work.
Yeah, buddy. That's not bad.
Yeah,
I tell you one thing.
We say that at my house all the time.
No, we don't say that in my house.
Yeah, that's a big thing in my house.
Yeah, get out of the house.
We're part of the same team here.
Yeah, no. I've already benched my whole entire family. Okay, they are what we call on the practice squad. Here we go. Oh, that center
quarterback exchange.
No, buddy. That was not the center quarterback. That was just the center not being able to snap the ball back to the quarterback.
Well, I mean, sometimes you hit your butt.
Buddy, one time it was snowing, and I was in college, and it was snowing, and it was raining, and it was mud. I rolled that ball back so fast, the guy goes, hey, man, I know it would have been a strike if we were playing bowling, but that was ridiculous. And I was like, I was just trying to get back to you. So the best was when old Ben Leeds, hashtag drop some alcohol. Ben Leeds, he went underneath me in high school, and he was like, I was like, I ain't got to hold the ball. I couldn't feel it. And I just shot it through his legs. Centers are, oh, wow, great catch.
And right there, that's the way to end a drive.
It does. And for a DB to wear the number 63, that man is holding some.
You got to rally right there.
Yeah,
that's a bend but don't break defense.
All right, well, let's take a look at a little bit of other things right now. Right now we got the Spartans still up 7-0 on the top right-hand corner.
Yeah, but they're knocking at the door.
Oh, they were about to go up 14 right now. The Northeast Georgia Wolverines also looking close to the score 58 red zone.
But now if you're the Cavaliers, now what you got to do, you can't afford penalties on this drive.
No, you got to stop them right now.
You've done a good job
flipping the position
of moving the ball.
Yeah.
But now, and you stop the drive because the Bad Boys were really putting something together right there. They had a couple big pass plays, but now is your chance. Now's your chance to go ahead and jump in and change momentum. But you got to get out of the shadow of your own goalpost. But they're still in the gun, which freaks me out, being standing in the end zone.
I know.
Because it's like a safety waiting to happen.
Yeah.
And he breaks outside. There you go. Oh, just stick your toe in the ground.
Oh, he got it.
Okay, this is one of those deals where I go, no. All right, never mind. Keep going.
It was a good play. Good play.
And then when they get a silent, I'm like, hey, man, don't do that again. I'm like, what I need you to do, hey, you get me 5 yards, and then you do whatever you want to do.
Once again, I'm Bowman Michael with Adam Collins. Craig Chapman will join us once he decides to be a
I was thinking,
announcer.
like, where is he?
Brother, he's just dealing with baseball issues right
Yeah, I
now.
heard they were having a rough day.
Yeah.
My kids, one of the kids on his team, his younger brother hangs out with my boys. And so his mom stopped by to pick him up today. He spent the night last night. Mom stopped by to pick him up, and she said, yeah, it's not going so good. I was like, okay.
Well, the other team is in Hoover right now. So.
Right. I knew that they actually picked up a game because one of the teams beat them, but then forfeited.
Yeah.
Because or they got disqualified because the school was closing. The school was closed, and you can't participate.
Yeah, you always got to love when my main stream is all.
Well, I've always considered us mainstream.
I know.
So
I like that. So we'll pause for a second and go, okay, did we lose internet across the board
right there,
here?
looking at game day.
Buddy, there's
a
lot of games
King
going
Mountain
on
Force and well in control over the Hilton Head Sharks. That game is coming to a close. The Winchester Ducks were trying to get in, down big, 26-0 to the Atlanta Tigers. You're currently watching the Bama Bad Boys and the South Georgia Cavaliers, with the Cavaliers up 2-0, and trying to creep out of the shadow of their own end zone. Just got a big first down. The Pooler Broncos doing all they can to deal with the powerhouse that is the Northeast Georgia Wolverines. Wolverines currently up, if I'm not mistaken, 16-0. The Atlanta Outlaws down 7-0 to the Clayton County Spartans, and last I saw, the Spartans were knocking at the door. And then the Georgia Titans and the Georgia Falcons are both teams that should no longer be mentioned. No, I'm just kidding. No, they had a change of venue, and we were unaware. So it's hard to broadcast when we're unaware of the venue change.
We are. I look at that across the board here at 7 o'clock.
But we're not going to like Voldemort them.
No,
they're the team that shall not be mentioned.
No, that's Beetlejuice, brother.
Beetlejuice?
Yeah, I'll go with Beetlejuice on that part.
You didn't like Harry Potter?
Well, my kids are going through that whole Harry Potter stage right now.
Have you taken them to Universal?
No.
Oh, dude,
when did you take your kid to?
I didn't take my kids to Universal, but we used to go on a field trip, and I'm telling you, the Harry
I
Potter
know.
world.
When
Harry
you
Potter
said
world
that,
is
I'm
pretty
like,
awesome.
I know. But when you said that, I'm like, hey man, when did you take your kids?
Yeah, man.
No. Don't
okay,
be,
those tickets are $162 a piece.
brother. They're expensive.
$162 a piece.
All right, we're
per
back.
day.
Shush. We're back up. Let me get my brain situated here.
I'm a school teacher, man. I don't make that kind of money.
No, you don't. I mean, you make what you make.
And the Cavaliers unable to get out. Going to be great starting field position for the Bama Bad Boys, down 2-0. Had something going last time they had the ball, ended up throwing an interception. So, be interesting to see if they decide to just keep it on the ground this time. The officials having some tough time figuring out where to put the ball. I'm not sure why, but in the words of my dudes, tell me why. But
No,
that'd be another.
No, I mean
That should be
okay,
another segment.
Hold on, I get this.
That should
part
be another
right here.
segment.
Yeah, no.
The
Give me
tell
a second.
me why?
No. Here we go.
Is this under pressure?
Yeah. I mean, tell me why. I mean, we can have blame it on the rain. We're going to deal with a lot of issues right now.
Okay.
With the internet, so
I've been told I have a lot of issues.
I know. I mean, we'll deal with this.
My
and
wife
see
says that all the time.
Yeah, we'll figure out why we're dealing with this on this part. We'll have that part taken care of. We'll be right back here on the Score 58 Network.
Hey, if you're watching this stream, just click on another game. We'll be back shortly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because there's
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, apologize for the orange zone technical difficulties, but hey, that's part of life sometimes.
All right. Doubles look for the Bad Boys. Oh, ball dribbles back there. Quarterback fires down the left side. Had a man wide open. And he's got hands like buttered bricks.
Butter bricks.
Buttered bricks.
No,
Like bricks with butter on them.
no, you can't do that. I'm hungry right now. Okay.
You don't want to eat buttered bricks. I'm here to tell you.
I will give it a try on that part.
I tell you what, you know what I saw on TV one time?
Well, go ahead.
I saw this, it was like some kind of game show, some kind of weird game show where they offered this girl, she had really long hair, and they were like, let us shave your head. And so she said, okay. And so they gave her like $200. And then they like chopped it up and put it in butter, and they were like, we'll give you $500 to eat it. And she ate her hair. That's so disgusting.
We definitely know. Yeah,
that is so disgusting.
I know. I appreciate that. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere, Adam.
Okay, I'm going to stay here.
Yeah, you're fine. I'm trying to figure out why not necessarily God likes us or dislikes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the technical difficulties. Adam Collins, go ahead and take it away, sir.
Huge play right there. Quarterback scramble. The Cavaliers keeping the drive alive here. Going to bring up a fresh set of downs, up 2-0 over the Bama Bad Boys. So the question in right now is, Bad Boys, what you going to do? You know, that's without a doubt the question. Cavaliers trying to get lined up. Going with what I would call a bullet look with a sniffer back. There's a snap. Reverse out. Great play right there by the Bama Bad Boys coming off the edge. Able to make the tackle. Just got enough of the guy's shoulder pad to kind of spin him and knock him down. See right there the end of the King Mountain Force and Hilton Head Sharks game. Hilton Head, one of my favorite places. Never been to King Mountain. But the Cavaliers took a 3-yard loss on that last play. Going to bring up a 2nd and 13.
And this is where I scream and understand technology.
I scream, you scream.
Yeah, we all scream for ice cream. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we look like we're here in second quarter. Sorry for the technical issues across the board here on the Orange Zone. Once again, if you wanted to watch anything else part of that, feel free to do that. We got Adam Collins and Craig Chapman. Adam, Craig, can you hear us both?
Yeah, there it is.
I got you.
All right, buddy. I'll
My
be
favorite
quiet.
voice.
I know. It's like, kiss my.
Grits.
Yeah. So when you say Kiss, I always think about Prince.
I always think of a group.
See, the song Kiss is
Yes.
pretty awesome. One of my buddies used to ride around the warehouse singing that the whole time.
That would be interesting.
It was very entertaining to listen to.
So, what color uniforms are the Cavaliers in, Coach?
They are in yellow.
All right. So,
And the Bama Bad Boys are in white and what looks to be teal.
oh, cool.
White, teal, and black, which I think is a pretty awesome combo.
That's a great combo.
Hey, more importantly, you can read the numbers on both sets of jerseys, which is amazing.
And I can see that in my time away, score 58
Yes,
is still
home of the safety.
Home of the safety.
And it was a bad snap that went over the quarterback's head out of the back of the end zone.
So it was the center quarterback exchange,
which we talk about all the time.
Here we go.
And so give off the left side,
Hello.
cuts back, knocks one of his own guys down.
Ball was out.
Yeah, it doesn't count.
No. So
He called time. I called timeout.
that was the in-play timeout. Do-over.
Yeah, do-over.
Play didn't go the way I wanted it to. Do-over.
But right now, up to this point, what's happened is both teams have been playing pretty good defense. The one time the Bad Boys really had a good drive going, they threw an interception. And the Cavaliers picked it off on like the 3-yard line.
Oh, nice cut.
Oh, man, good ball
Touchdown.
work. Good ball work.
That was a great run right there.
But then right here you see the replay, and he had everybody but number 48, and number 48 didn't have any pursuit help coming from the inside.
Yeah, and
so
it was almost like that was the plan on defense: crash and then wrap the linebacker to him. Unfortunately, the linebacker got, too much outside.
he wrapped too far.
Yeah. So
You know,
8-0 now, Cavaliers.
the thing you don't want to do is wrap too far.
No, you don't. You might have it all wrapped up by then.
Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Kicking it old school, beatboxing.
Man, look at the splits, Coach. They are foot to foot.
Yeah, that's what we call squeeze back in the day.
Man, they tried to run the quarterback sneak like the Eagles did, and that was not happening.
The Bama Bad Boys said no.
I like it. Refs in shorts.
And so, again, the question remains, after this exchange, Bad Boys, what you going to do? Right there, you can see the current game stats. It's the current game stats. My word. I tell you what, being micromanaged sometimes. Anyways, right now, total yards, the Bama Bad Boys not having a whole lot of success. The Cavaliers have been successful. What's gotten them is penalties. They had 2 drives where they came up just short, where the penalty yardage kind of was the difference. The current score is currently 8-0. The South Georgia Cavaliers over the Bama Bad Boys, and the Cavaliers getting ready to kick off to the Bad Boys, who have had some things going, but then they had 2 horrendous snaps, like over his head, turning around, chasing the ball kind of snaps.
So that means that's the minus 34 yards?
Yes, that is the minus 34 yards rushing. So, that's tough, but we talk about that all the time. Talk about, the center quarterback exchange, which directly correlates with ball security. If the ball goes over your head, you cannot secure it.
That is true.
This is a fact.
It is an unsecurable.
Yeah. Confucius says, if the ball goes over your head, you cannot secure it.
So we're getting ready for this kickoff. Who got the ball first, Coach, since I'm late to the party?
That would have been the Cavaliers, I think. We kind of came to the game late.
I understand.
But I will tell you at half who got the ball first.
Absolutely, because then we'll know.
When the second half kickoff happens, I'll tell you 100% for sure.
And that was a punt, Coach.
I don't think you can do that.
Where is Richie Langford when we need him? It's a punt off.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just share this with everybody. I was head coach of a team, and we were having a really hard time kicking off, and we kept kicking it out of bounds, and they're just pushing us back. And I said, hey, just let him punt it, because you can punt on – and it was an honest mistake on my behalf. It's one of those rules that I was not clear on, because I was like – and the referee looked at me, and I said, you could punt on a safety. What's the difference? And I said, it's a free kick. And he goes, okay. And so he lets me punt it. He lets us punt it. The team mishandles the ball, fumbles it. We get it back and score. In a game where we were down and probably going to lose, we score and win. I ended up working with a guy who was a coach on that team, and he will not let that one go.
Nope. Punt off.
He's like, you're a cheater. And I said, well.
That was one of the all-time best stories, though, because he lost his mind.
Yeah, he went crazy on the sideline. It was very entertaining.
As you can see right there, or you probably can't see it.
Well, right there you can see, like, kind of, we saw the Kings Mountain Force really just handle the Hilton Head Sharks. The Sharks had a horrible day.
Really?
Yeah, I think the final was 56-0.
Wow.
The Kings Mountain Force is for real.
It must be, because Hilton Head is normally really a legit program.
They're a really tough team. Atlanta Tigers were up big, 34-8 or 34-6 last I saw over the Winchester Ducks. The Wolverines were well in control over the Pooler Broncos. Last time I saw, Clayton County was up 7-0, getting ready to score against the Atlanta Outlaws. And, of course, as we mentioned before, the Falcons and Titans had venue change that we were unaware of, so I can't give you any updates on that.
That was a pretty extensive update, though, Coach.
Hey, I appreciate that.
It was well done.
I do what I can. It's one of the few things I like well done.
Yes.
You know, I'm a big believer that if you're going to eat your steak well done, you should have gotten a hamburger.
That's true. Or a hockey puck.
Yes. There's a snap. Quick throw out to the flats.
Wow.
And my
Goodness
word,
gracious.
The heat coming down, people dropping bows. Dusty Road style tackle there.
Man.
Like he dropped a bow on him when he went to the ground.
So it's going to bring up third down right here in about 11.
Right there, you can see the first quarter stats again. The Cavaliers obviously dominating the game. Really the only category that is affecting the game for the Bama Bad Boys is that turnover. They threw an interception on the 3-yard line.
Wow, that's rough.
They weren't on the 3-yard line, but they were moving the ball down the field, and the ball was intercepted on the 3.
Oh.
But they were knocking at the door of the red zone when it happened.
So 3rd and 11 just became 3rd and 16.
And so, again, what looks like a promising drive is stalled by what I call drive killers, procedural penalties. In your upper right, you can see Northeast Georgia Wolverines up 24-0 over the Pooler Broncos. That Northeast Georgia offense really something to be reckoned with. They are quite dominant. What do you think of the helmet?
I mean, I love that helmet.
It's pretty awesome, right?
It is.
So again, just to recap, and while we're working through this issue, if you just want to click on another game and stream, you feel free. If I was you, I wouldn't want to listen to me anyway. You're not going to hurt my feelings.
No, Coach, you always said your voice is the best voice. It's your favorite voice to hear.
Yeah, it's my favorite, but at least I've been told that I'm in love with the sound of my own voice.
Mm-hmm.
I actually had a kid tell me that one time, and I was like, that's correct, buddy. Nate Borchers. That's who it was.
I believe that.
Yeah.
So you said Clayton County was up on the Atlanta Outlaws?
Number 9 was running wild for the Spartans. I mean, just like a one-man show, just like running over people, running around people, running past people. The Northeast Georgia Wolverines, you and I both know, the thing that makes them so dangerous is they're so balanced.
Yes.
The ability to pass the ball, but it's not hard to throw the ball when you got clean pockets and open receivers.
And multiple quarterbacks that could do it, multiple receivers that can catch it, and a stable of backs.
Just
run the football at you, over you, around you.
And the offensive line was just dominating.
And that's back-to-back weeks, Coach.
They took the Pooler Broncos on that first drive, Coach, and you talk about getting smoked off the ball. Golly, I mean, they're on roller skates, and they're, you blink and they're on the linebackers, and it's just there's nowhere to go. And then Pooler started trying to like blitz into the B gap, and kind of stuck, have gap integrity, stuff everything, and make them go outside, and they just threw the ball.
Yep.
And they throw the slant, and the linebacker that would have been in that slant lane
is gone.
He's not there, and so they're just like, all right, see ya. So, and the Winchester Ducks finally got on the board. They ran some funky stuff. They ran some typical spread stuff, but they also at one point got into the cone or the trio, as you call it, which is the inverted bone, which is something I find very interesting. Looked like a penalty, bad snap. Not sure what the penalty was.
I think you're going to call it roughing or a late hit.
Roughing the late hit?
Roughing the late hit. It's been a long day, man.
Roughing the late hit on the special team.
9th down. So they did call late hit.
Okay.
Unnecessary roughness when the guy fell on.
Oh, my word. And that is a huge penalty. And if I'm not mistaken,
automatic first down.
It's a personal foul, so it carries an automatic first down.
So they're going right back to the original line of scrimmage.
So it's a do-over.
It is. We've had this discussion already
It's
tonight.
a do-over for the Bama Bad Boys. And despite the fact having broken the huddle with 12.
So you got trips down here to the left.
Blooper to the quarterback. He's on the run, flips it out. Actually going to be a really positive play.
Gracious.
Number 84 just kind of asserting himself.
That's a first down. They just ran an impromptu option, Coach.
It was. That was just improvisation. Improv.
Yeah. You can see
I bet you Bo did improv.
Probably not.
Bo probably took an improv class. He also likes Justin Bieber. He's super salty right now.
He almost smiled right there. I saw that. Get a little multi-view right here. So 1st and 10, ball is at the 29-yard line of the Cavaliers.
It's like trips down to the left. Ooh, high snap. And if you're trying to run the zone, a bad snap. See, here's the problem. Even if the snap doesn't go over your head, even if you're able to handle the ball, the problem is the timing issue that you run into. It messes up the timing of everything. Not that the zone is a huge timing play, but by the time he was able to get the ball down and hand it off, the defense was there.
And that's because the running back had to stop, so you get a loss of 4 on the play.
So, again, I go back to the importance of something that is so simple and just mundane for most people. The center quarterback exchange. And Bo and I talked about, and he said, you never snapped in high school. I said, I knew how, but I never told anybody I knew how.
Yeah, because that's a lot of.
I was like, because I told him, I listen to people scream at him all day. And I was like, no. No. I have people scream at me at home. I'm not going to do it here, too.
And there you go. Your Score 58 network keys to the game. The center quarterback exchange has been a big issue tonight. It leads to ball security issues. We can go ahead and talk about that.
And then that leads directly to special teams play because you're going to have to punt.
Yep. And then if you can't snap it to the quarterback.
Snap it to the punter. That's a pretty precarious thing to do.
All right, looking at it, and then as we've talked, even though the Cavaliers are ahead, you you brought up the fact that, penalties have been a big reason why they're not ahead by a more
Right.
substantial score.
They've had solid drives and just unable to continue because of penalties.
So there was a timeout there by the Bad Boys.
Right there, you see the Spartans up 13-0 in Forest Park, Georgia at halftime.
Kiwanis Stadium. Is that where that's at?
I don't know. I think so. So
If he knew how sore my ribs and shoulders were from raking and shoveling to get a field ready to play the last 2 days,
really?
oh my word, that thing looks.
Oh, because of the water.
Yeah, but it looks immaculate. Like when I left today, because I wanted to, I had to stay and be the game manager for the last two games because we didn't have an administrator on site. And man, I made sure that thing looked good. So when they got back, because they had a rough weekend too.
Well, ball kind of bowled back there. Quarterback rolling out,
Got a
fires
man.
to the end zone, and jump ball. Nobody comes down with it.
The quarterback just got roached. I mean, when he threw that ball, he got roached. Third down and 14. But
Is that him getting up doing self-assessment right there?
Buddy, he let that thing go, and when he let it go, the next sound that you heard was it sounded rough. I've been a part of that a couple times in my life, and it's one of those things you get up and you're staring out your ear hole.
Yeah.
The bad part about it was if he'd thrown that ball 2 yards further, it's a touchdown. They had two guys standing in the same spot, but, they had one guy deeper than the deepest.
Well, when it's a jump ball, it doesn't hurt to have extra people.
And that's true. Doubles look for the Bad Boys right here. I mean, I guess they're playing a 4-2-5 right here, Coach.
So it seems.
Good snap.
And quarterback fires. Looked like maybe it sailed on him.
Yeah, trying to go to the out route up the top of the screen. And just got out, got away from it a little bit. Saw the Spartans were up 13-0 on the Outlaws. Don't have an update on the Falcons and the Titans. But I can't, the shocking score of the Hilton Head Sharks getting beat by 56 points. If you'd have told me they got beat 28-21 or 35-28.
Well, because we know that they're a tough team. We know that, year in and year out, they're a force to be reckoned with.
If you would have told me that, I would have been like, all right.
And so, I think it's probably more than one thing. I think Kings Mountain Force is for real. And the Hilton Head Sharks had a really bad day.
It happens.
That's what I said. I said, you play long enough, you coach long enough, you're going to have one of those days that doesn't start good, and then the wheels just come off.
And I'm gonna go ahead and let you know that was today. I mean, it was an interesting day today, but we got through it. Not mad anymore.
Who all did y'all play?
We played the Meal of Stars.
Okay.
And when I tell you that I've seen a lot of Stars Meal teams, and they're really, really good and a really strong program, but if you looked at both teams today and you saw the pitching on both teams today, you would have thought there's no way they beat y'all. But we just did not play well. And that's the only thing I can say.
Lots of errors.
No.
Couldn't hit the ball.
No, we hit the ball okay. We scored 8 runs in one game, 4 in the other. But we didn't throw it over the plate.
Oh.
And it led to like they didn't really have to do anything to score runs. So that was one of those things where you're just sitting in the dugout like, argh. You don't want to yell throw strikes because I know the kid is not trying to throw the ball.
Yeah.
I mean, and then everybody else is yelling throw strikes from the stands. Everybody, throw strikes. Well, he's trying. But
I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Thanks for saying something. That's like when I remember being a kid, and I'm down in wrestling, and I've been taken down, or I'm starting in the bottom position, and somebody's like, "Hey man, get up!" And I'm like, "Oh, I didn't think about that. I should just get up."
what we got to do, man. Right?
I don't know if you recognize this other fat guy on my back. This kind of he don't want to let me up. I don't know if you've noticed that.
So, the Northeast Georgia Wolverines are for real. That's back-to-back weeks of them running through somebody.
They're really good. It'll be interesting to see how the rest of their season goes as we watch them get into more of that top 25. You know, get closer to the top of that top 25.
Because there are only like 437 teams in their league.
There really is, I think, what, 41 teams?
Yeah, it's
like that's a lot of teams. You know, I mean, hats off to the league for being able to put that together.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the fact that when we were looking at the teams that had 42 TBA, like we're expecting somebody else right now. You know.
Well, and they may very well pick it up. I mean, you know, if I was out there shopping around for someplace for my team to go, and I looked at someplace and I was like, they got how many teams?
Yep.
Because that means that even if I'm just starting out, I'm going to have somewhere I can go because I'm going to go, okay, you know, because typically how leagues are broken up is you have the top tier.
Yep.
And it doesn't matter what level of competition it is. You have top tier, teams that are better than most, and then teams that are struggling.
Yep.
And so I'm like, okay, I can win some games. You know, that would have been my thought.
And that, I mean, and that's you know, when you're talking about this, most of these guys do this because they love the game. They enjoy playing it. You know, it's just an escape away from what you do Monday through Friday. But you want to win too. I mean, don't get it twisted.
Yeah, losing's tough.
It ain't no fun.
Right here, as we're drifting back, update on the Bama Bad Boys. Bama Bad Boys in the score 58 red zone.
They are at the 6-yard line.
Knocking at the door.
So doubles look down at the 6. Got motion across to trips.
Surprised they weren't in man right there.
Tried to throw the fade right there, Coach. Looked like they were trying to slide in. They slid inside of that. Do we know where this game is being played at?
We do. It's being played in South Georgia.
Absolutely.
It is being played below the gnat line.
Oh, no, I can tell you right now.
Yeah.
I was just looking at the grass is top notch, it looks like.
Well, we were talking about how meticulous the field painting was.
Yes.
Like, it is beautiful. And I said that leads me to believe that the Cavaliers will be a very well-coached team.
Well, they got the Cavs.
Because it's attention to detail.
Yep. I mean, that's one of those things. So, once again, at the 6-yard line right here for the Bad Boys.
Because the reality is football coaches do a lot more than just coach football.
Yes, they do.
Let's see what happens right here.
And get a false start on the right tackle is what's going to happen.
Well,
it's 2nd and goal from the 6. So we're at that situation again. We talked about it, and you see it in the, keys to the game. Penalties, Coach. 2nd and goal from the 6. Now 2nd and goal from the 11. If you're demented like me, I don't worry about things like that because I'm going to try to throw it anyway. It just gives me more space. But
see, I'm snapping clipboards in half.
Yeah. I mean, it ain't one of those things where I'm over there celebrating if this has happened. I'm probably muttering.
No, at one point I've yelled, "Hold your freaking water." Or one of my favorites, I heard one of my kids' coaches yell at a kid and go, "Do you hate me?" And the kid was like, "No, sir." He's, "Well, then don't do that again."
That's great.
I was like, that's hilarious.
That's pretty good. So 2nd and goal from the 11 right here. They were going to try it.
And just the heat coming down. That might have been roughing right there. The ball was out.
Yeah, but they hit him before he threw the ball, Coach.
Like, he's he hit his head pretty hard. Like, that might be something, you know, so they might want to talk to him for a second.
I think he might want to talk to them for a second.
Yeah. That's one of those things where you go to the sideline and you're like, I don't know who I am.
Been there and done that a couple of times. So 3rd and goal from the 11 right here.
I've done that after, and I was the one that initiated contact.
Yeah, it don't really much matter. You can be the, you can be the initiator if you get hit in the wrong spot, Coach. It don't really much matter.
But back when we were kids, they just call it getting your bell rung.
Yep.
And laying it up to the end
Touchdown.
zone. Got a chance. And he's in there.
Is that the last play of the first half?
I believe so. And so right now, the Bad Boys only down by 2. So right now, the safety, the difference in the game as they line up to go for 2 of their own, I'm sure.
Run the same play. Just run the same play. Don't try to get fancy. Run the same play.
The only problem with running the same play is you got to snap it again.
Yeah,
I guess that's a problem with any play.
The last 2 snaps or 2 or 3 snaps have been pretty good. I was wondering if they had, I was going to ask you if they had changed centers.
We're all centers.
I understand that. We're going to get a timeout right here.
I mean, a chance to talk about it. Why not? You're right here at the end of things.
Yeah.
At the end of the half, why not take a minute and talk about it and try to figure out, because you're looking to be able to tie up the game right here.
Yeah, and with what we have seen and what I got to see from this second quarter spot, you go into halftime tied up, even down 2 points. But if you go into halftime tied up with the way
it's a whole new ball game.
Oh wow, man! You go in there, all that stuff where they were just yelling at each other on the sideline. Now they're over there in the corner, getting ready to make some halftime adjustments, and everybody's like, "All right, let's go." We just tied this thing up, and they're the Cavaliers are over there on the sideline going, "What just happened? How did it just happen? Why did it just happen?" So I mean, things like that happen on the Orange Zone, though.
Yeah, they do. Well, like I said, right now the safety, the difference in the game, both teams kind of having penalty stall out drives. Occasionally able to overcome that, but it's so hard to put a drive together anyway. If you're these are 2 very evenly matched teams in my opinion. And when you're playing somebody that's really evenly matched, every possession
counts.
It's important. Can you flip the field? Ultimately, can you put points up? Because, that every time you give them the ball back, like statistically speaking, something's going to happen.
Yeah. You only get so many, opportunities, and you can only mess it up so many times before it eventually comes back on you.
Well, not to mention, it changes the momentum of the game, which is really important. I know a lot of people don't believe in that, but momentum is a real thing. But you can see we've had action today from all over the place. Independent with the Kings Mountain Force and the Hilton Head Sharks. APDFL action out of the Winchester Ducks and Atlanta Tigers. Tigers did win that game. The South Georgia Cavaliers and the Bama Bad Boys, both from the APDFL. The EAFL with the Northeast Georgia Wolverines and the Pooler Broncos. The IFL 10 with the Clayton County Spartans and the Atlanta Outlaws. And then, of course, there was a venue change with the Titans and the Falcons in the IFL 10. But the Bad Boys unable to get in, but only down 2 at half. You got to feel good about that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, just think about it. They had, 4th down and 16 or whatever it was. 4th down and 26 because they got sacked. Then they had the personal foul that got them a 1st down.
That's You know, how big was that penalty?
It was huge.
You know, you could say it changed this game.
Yeah. Spartans and Outlaws action right now.
Outlaws have cool green stripes on their uniforms.
That would be offsides right there on the Spartans.
Well, if you're going to be offsides, be offsides. You know
They
what
were
I'm saying?
offsides.
Butch Prosser told me that one time. He said, if you're going to hit somebody late, hit them late. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, don't.
Make it count. Make it count.
I remember, we had a guy coaching for us, and he told us that anytime the ball gets first and goal at the 1, he's going to line the baddest man we had up on the center, and as soon as the quarterback put his hands underneath there, he was going to knock that dude. He'd just tell him to destroy the center. And the next play would be a fumble, and the first time we did it, the next play was a fumble, and we got the ball back. So the Outlaws across the 50 right there, a little inside handoff. Yeah, I do like the green stripes down the leg.
It is cool looking. Outlaws is a cool name, too.
I do. I agree. Pretty sure that was you were talking about that last week.
Yeah.
Spartans have everybody up.
Okay, they're bringing somebody in to help block. And that ball's going to sail across the middle incomplete.
Yeah, tried to throw a little inside curl route right there.
Having a tough time completing it.
So it's going to bring up 3rd down right here. Spartans have definitely changed their look.
I like the gray helmets.
I do too. Middle of the field is screaming wide open, Coach.
Spartans are kind of what I would call a proud defense. And the Outlaws dejected currently. False start right there.
Yeah, that was 4th down. That was 4th down. They were going to go for it. They were trying to draw them all sides, and they jumped. So now they're going to punt.
Well, I won't lie to you. That one always makes me nervous.
Anytime changing the snap count, unless you have extensively repped it, practiced it, any of that stuff.
Well, the unfortunate thing about even if you practiced it, you didn't practice it during a game.
Nope.
And people get kind of amped up during a game, and you know that's why I wouldn't have varied the snap count. I always say no play, not freeze, no play.
Yeah.
That tells me I don't go anywhere.
We're not going to do anything. Uh-oh. We have a flag.
Not sure what the penalty is. Was it offsides?
Not from where he threw it from.
I'll say roughing the kicker.
And 12 men on the field.
12 men on the field.
That's what it looks like.
Okay. But he made a roughing sign too.
They definitely roughed somebody.
Yeah, but if you got the ball, it's not roughing.
I agree. They're going to move it up right here.
Yeah, that call wasn't very clear. Hopefully the player down is okay.
Yeah.
That's the last thing you want to see is somebody get hurt.
Guys throwing the flag up and down in there.
Yeah. Players
sounds of the game.
A few players kind of upset about the player down. That is an emotional situation.
Definitely is.
One of the guys you played with goes down. It's always concerning, and it manifests itself in a lot of different ways. Some guys cry, some guys get ticked off.
Yeah.
Some guys act out. Just, but there's been a ton of action today, and, all this is streaming on Score Sports. That Hilton Head game, though, I just keep going back to that. I'm with you. That was surprising. Big win for Kings Mountain Forest. The Atlanta Tigers, it was about like we'd expected. The front seven played really well on D, which made it difficult for the Ducks. The Ducks tried to stop the run, and so they gave up the middle of the field. They tried to stop it with too high and, pushing the linebackers, trying to stuff the run. And so everything across the middle was just wide open. The Northeast Georgia Wolverines, what do you do with an offensive line like that? And they're so fast on defense, and they're so deep on both sides of the ball.
And they're physical, man. When we talk about their offensive line, a lot of teams have offensive line that do one or two things good. Well, they can pass pro, but then they just maul you in the run game, and that's going to get old. As far as I can tell you, that gets old in a hurry.
That hurts your feelings.
It does. There's not anything worse than when you get ready to play somebody and you know that when you wake up the next day you're going to be beat up because
I'm going to have an ouch party the next day. I will say that's what I used to call Sunday. It was ouch party.
Yep. So what was the score in that, or what's the score in the Atlanta Tigers Winchester Ducks game?
Last I saw it was 34-6. Tigers.
Yeah, when
the Ducks got into the end zone there late in the fourth quarter.
When you go and play when you play the Tigers, you better be able to handle, vertical passing game because they're going to attack you that way.
Right.
So,
but that front seven, is so fast.
There we are, Outlaws back with the football right here after the penalty. And, the Clayton County Spartans just have everybody up at the line of scrimmage. If there's one thing you do right here, you could, if you could sneak somebody right in the middle of the field behind that, you run for a long time. Like that.
There it is. Quick throw in the middle of the field.
And that's another first down right there for the Outlaws. And that was just a quick inside, like what we call a drive route, just driving off the line.
So that's one of those things where you gotta, you gotta celebrate the little things.
Back to the ball quickly. Spartans confusion on defense. A little bit different look right here. Nobody's covering the wide receiver on the outside over there.
Yeah, there's no corner.
I don't understand what that is.
Yeah, throw that guy the ball.
Did they throw a flag on that?
They're conferring, so maybe.
Yeah, they threw a flag. Most definitely did.
They're going to talk about it.
Definitely not something I would want if I was on offense. When they start talking about something, they're going to figure out.
And they wave off the flag. You were spot on.
Now this is not a timeout, so unless it is a timeout.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Is that a Spartans coach crossing the field?
It might be an injured player.
Okay.
Did not see if there was an injured player.
But we don't have a view of everything, so that would be an impossibility.
Back to action right here.
Everything appears to have been resolved. Thought the official was going to go get in the huddle there for a second.
He's got the play.
You know, I bet you it would help if they knew what was going on.
What are y'all running right here? Well, we're going to throw the. Well, they got 12 in the huddle.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons my blood pressure will be way too high. We'll have either all side. It's hard to tell. I thought the defensive tackle got an early jump right there.
Well, Big 6'9" was running back there with ill intentions, so.
Yeah, it was about to be interesting in the backfield right there.
He moves pretty well for a big cat.
And he was offsides.
Well, everybody's always looking for an advantage.
And you get a Spartans timeout.
So the Spartans want to talk about trying to stop the bleeding here.
Yep.
As the Outlaws piecing together a drive. Because if the Outlaws score right here.
It's a game.
Oh, yeah. Right now it's not a game because you got some cushion. But, I mean, personally as a coach, I feel comfortable at 3 scores. At 3 scores, I start going, okay, but even then, we're still foot on the gas. You know what I'm saying? Once the game if the game gets out of hand, of course.
As a coach, I feel comfortable when we win the last game that we can possibly play, because then, because when you win a game or you lose a game, there's always the next team to get ready for.
Yeah, it's kind of a never-ending thing.
Yeah, it is. It's just there's something new to concern yourself with week to week. So doubles look right here.
Looks like they're going to bring pressure off the edge. We may never get a snap. It counts. It's going to be a false start on the Outlaws. Well, I'll tell you this. The Spartans having a good time.
See the Cavaliers and the Bad Boys, 8-6 at half.
Northeast Georgia up 24-0 against Pooler.
So you're not supposed to be able to do that on the defensive line. Right in the middle of the field again.
And looks like it's going to move to sticks.
I think so.
So the Spartans being very aggressive and kind of taking the fight to the Outlaws, but the Outlaws are just kind of picking on the middle of the field right now.
They are. I mean, they know. And when the Spartans go with that, blitz look, There's not really much anything that you can do because there's nobody in the middle field. Right now, you got a linebacker in the middle of the field, and he's prowling in there at about 3 yards. Now he's kind of backing out.
And he hangs back this time. Quarterback scrambles out to the left side. Flag down, going to probably be a hold.
Yeah, and that had disaster written all over it. Rolling to your left, floating it back to the middle of the field. That just screams interception.
Yeah, luckily, the ball just falls incomplete. It's unfortunate when you have to think about an incompletion being fortunate offensively. And there's the hold call.
You got it. You were all over that.
Well, I mean, it's definitely an area for holding. Quarterback rolling on the perimeter. It's just one of those spots where it's going to happen, especially if it's not a designed rollout. One of my pet peeves is when we're setting up a pocket
and the quarterback
decides to just roll, and then he gets sacked by the defensive end, and then everybody yells at the tackle. And I'm like, he was doing what he was supposed to do.
And then you get to hear everybody in the stands go, block somebody.
Because sometimes quarterbacks get excited. If somebody really gets rocked, it's hard for them to trust again. They get that panic at the first sign of pressure, when a lot of times it can be avoided just by stepping up into the pocket. Of course, we run drills and all that kind of stuff, but again, you don't run those drills during a game.
No.
And a game changes things. Playing against somebody you don't know is very different than practice. Because in practice, you get to understand what people can and can't do, and what you can and can't get away with. Sometimes even in games, I can think about something. I've had a kid in the past who could bounce the trap and get away with it until we played somebody who was really fast on defense. And, and then trying to bounce ended up in a loss when we would have gotten 3 or 4 yards if we just run our trap track. But I understand how the situation set itself up. I get it. What I'm saying? It's unfortunate. And, I learned from it as a coach, where it's one of those deals where you have to be able to explain, hey, we're not going to be able to get away with that this week. That's a conversation you have to have.
The problem is that conversation, when you have it,
falls on deaf ears
because they've had success. And, running it up inside for 4 yards is a lot less, heroic.
And it hurts.
Than bouncing and scoring.
And it hurts because when you bounce, you just get tripped up, or running it up the middle. You're having to earn your money right there.
That's exactly right.
It's tough sledding in between tackles, unless you play for the Northeast Georgia Wolverines, who just maul everybody in front of them.
The good thing about it is if you find somebody that will stay inside and run those tracks and do that stuff, you got yourself a football player.
Well, I think about all the times that I've had to explain to somebody, you've got to trust it. We used to run a play where the tackle and guard fold, and it looks all jammed up right until the back is there. Like if he's running his track, right when he gets there, it opens. And then you explode through that hole, and if you break outside, you might score.
Yep. Hey, Coach, guess what? Bad Boys get the ball start second half.
Well, there it is. Bad Boys down by 2, getting the ball back.
And a punt off.
And it is indeed a punt off.
Got a chance for the wall right here.
There it is. Oh, one man breaks the wall, loses his helmet.
Nice tackle, though.
But going to start at what looks to be about the 48-yard line.
That's exactly where it is. It'll be 1st and 10, ball at the Bad Boys 48-yard line.
Got a Cavalier down. You like to see the sportsmanship there.
Yeah.
Genuine concern for other players. You know, it doesn't have to be a guy from your team in a heated, tight game. You know, that's always nice to see. What I would consider very classy teams. But this is one of those things that brings us together.
Yep.
You know, anytime somebody goes down, you know, I don't care how bad you want to win a game, you don't want anybody to be hurt.
Nope.
I say that. You don't want anybody to be injured. I consider hurt and injured very different. A quarterback that gets slammed to the ground is hurt because it hurts.
Yes.
A quarterback that blows his knee is injured. You know, those are two different things in my book. You did miss it earlier. The Northeast Georgia Wolverines actually scored a goal.
All right.
Guy got overthrown in the end zone and ran into a hockey net, or not ran into a soccer net.
Did someone yell, "Go"?
I did. You know I did.
Well done.
And Bo didn't find it as entertaining as I did.
I can see that.
But sometimes I don't think he gets my sense of humor.
I'm surprised he hadn't played something that says how much he hates you. Spartans got the football back, Coach, up 13-0, and they just ran a direct snap to the quarterback, and wow.
His quarterback number 9?
It must be because he exploded.
Yeah, number 9 is dangerous. And that's going to get blown dead.
Yeah. Like he was setting up to do the same thing, like give me a quick step back and then quarterback draw.
It is. Yeah, he's pretty impressive.
So
back to action.
Yeah, Bad Boys taking over 1st and 10 at their own 48-yard line after the nice kickoff return on the punt off. I hope Richie Langford is watching this. I really do.
Should have called him.
Oh, I will.
When we witnessed 2 punt offs in the same game.
So doubles look right here for the Bad Boys. It's like
There's
a reverse. Got him, Coach. They got him.
Oh, man.
He's going to score.
He's got all kinds of help. He's headed to the end zone. Can he stay up?
52-yard touchdown to start the 3rd quarter.
Great call. That was a fantastic call.
Nice job.
Great blocking out wide on the perimeter by the receiver. And fantastic job not hitting anybody in the back.
Great job by number 1 right there of cutting off that block and then realizing that there's nobody in front of me. I'm just going to run in this straight line as fast as I can. And as you can see, Bad Boys still with minus 32 yards rushing at halftime, but the 73 passing yards got them into the position to be down by 2 at halftime. And then on the opening play of the second half, 52-yard run, which now gets them, what, plus 20 in the rushing?
Plus 20 rushing.
There you go. So, you know, that's a that was a very, 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 very impressive call right there. And now the Cavaliers, who dominated the first half, you know, are down 12-8.
But this is a huge 2-point conversion.
It absolutely is. It's a huge 2-point conversion with no offensive lineman.
Because now a touchdown just ties you. Yeah, I think they're short linemen.
We had this discussion a couple weeks ago. Snap, spins away. Look at that, Coach.
Oh, in and out of his hands.
I mean, that was almost just an outstanding, you know, just it was a busted play from the snap. And just spins away from pressure and gets a crossing route right there at the goal line. It's going to be the 2-point conversion to put them up 6 at 14-8 and just in and out of
Just can't find a handle.
Yep, in and out of his hands.
And so right here, late in the 3rd quarter, the Bad Boys up 12-8. So be interesting to see how the Cavaliers respond.
Yeah, I mean, you go to halftime, you're up 2, and you come out, you kick off, they turn it back to the 48. The first play, they run the reverse, score a touchdown. Now you've led the whole game. Now you're down, 4 points. So it's time to get back to what you were doing on offense, because you hadn't been on offense for a long time.
No, it's been a minute. The half makes it feel longer, but
Still doesn't change it. You're still sitting on the sideline, or sitting down, talking, whatever. Still hadn't been on the field. And like you said, the half, you want to play. And you hate games where, you're getting turnovers and they're scoring off of them. Because when that happens, you never get to play.
yeah, and if you got something, if you're the Cavaliers and you got something fancy in your back pocket right now,
Here it is.
now's a good time.
Because the Bad Boys are like, hey, we got ourselves into a position where, we can do this, we can do that, and we're only down 2, and they had the perfect opportunity to run that play, set it up perfect, and they nobody knew that play was, nobody read that play or anything. The pitch on the reverse came off, and there was nobody on that side of the field. It was a great call. It was well blocked. It was well set up, but it was a great call.
Yeah, there was no homie backer.
There wasn't nobody back there. Nobody stayed home.
That's the thing when you got a fast-flowing defense and that backside doesn't stay put, it puts you in a bad situation
A horrible situation.
because anything coming back is going to be a problem.
So Bad Boys to kick off now with the lead 12-8 over the South Georgia Cavaliers. And they are just going to get this onside kick. They just got that onside kick, Coach.
Golly.
They got the
That
ball.
was a really nice push.
That was surprise onside. They were 5 yards off the line, and he just, that's a perfect kick.
It was well executed.
A perfect kick. So now it'll be 1st and 10, and the Cavaliers offense will get 2. Stay on the sideline.
Yeah, if you play for the Cavaliers offense, you're getting kind of bored over there at this point.
Trying to figure out if you're ever going to get to play again.
Yeah, the offense being stuck on the sideline could be a really good thing or a really bad thing.
And right now for the Cavaliers, it's not a good thing.
I remember being part of a game one time where we returned a kickoff. Then the defense picked one off and it was a pick 6, and then came out and defense came out, stuffed them, and returned a punt. And it's 21-0, and the offense hadn't been on the field yet.
Hadn't done anything.
Quarterback's like, can we please let's tell them not to run it back, Coach. I was like, yeah, man, that's not something I can say because sometimes you just get lucky.
Spartans, as you see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, 13-0 on the Outlaws. Trying to keep updated as we have an injury in South Georgia. Okay.
Yeah, I told you.
Yeah,
And they're going to tack 15 onto that.
Yeah, that's 15 more. Northeast Georgia looking to go up 36-0 right here inside the, what's that, the 5-yard line, somewhere around in there. Yeah, about right at the 5-yard line. It's hard to tell. There's 700 lines on that field.
Yeah, they mark everything now for
Maybe
pinochle and
field hockey and
backgammon. You see the little triangles coming out from sideline?
that's a touchdown.
Yeah, man, he gets to the corner of the end zone.
Yeah, I mean, you come untouched, and they did a great job. They were outnumbered on that side, and they just blocked the inside gap, left the man widest from the quarterback who had the longest, journey to the quarterback come free, and he makes him miss, and there's nobody left.
Yeah, if you're that wide side guy, you got to make him cut back.
That'll be upfield shoulder.
That's easier said than done.
Absolutely.
Because when a guy's elusive, like if you know he's elusive when you're running at him, you're nervous already.
Wow.
And
they just drove the right side of the line, just drove.
I told you.
They just drove them. I mean, that was also a soccer goal.
They got mauled.
Yes. Spartans 13, Outlaws nothing. Third quarter action.
Pooler Broncos are getting busted.
Yes, they are.
Spartans got the ball up 13-0.
Back to action here in South Georgia. Cavaliers on defense after the onside kick.
Why is everybody so deep?
Looks like they're getting the play in.
Okay. I was like, they're not going to. Some kind of trickeration.
Where's number 1 at? Because I'd be looking for him.
He's down here at the bottom of the screen.
Sprint to the right. Throwing back into the middle of the field. He caught that.
Good hands right there.
Gain of 12 yards and a first down.
Caught it in traffic.
Wow.
And so right now, all the momentum with the Bama Bad Boys as they move the ball down the field.
And I'm going to say this. Once they've got, I don't know if they switched who has snapping responsibilities or not, but the snap has been better. And since the snap has been better, their offense has been better.
Well, everything starts with a snap.
I agree.
You know.
So 1st and 10, ball is at the 45-yard line of the South Georgia Cavaliers.
So the Bad Boys just kind of taking control of this game.
Yeah, and it's moving at their pace right now.
They've scored 12 unanswered. And putting together a promising drive now. Currently at the Cavalier 45-yard line.
That's going to be a delay of game.
Well, so now it's going to be 1st and 15 from the 50.
Yep.
Okay. Sometimes it is hard to get the play in, I understand.
It's like tried to run jet sweep.
Jet sweep, no doing. That was blown up in a big way. The Big Ugly's getting upfield right there, though.
Yeah, somebody got dropped off about 8 or 9 yards deep down there, Coach.
Trying to lay the path, but the heat coming off the edge blew the play up.
Loss of 3 on the play. It'll be 2nd down and 18. You can see right there, Score 58 Network, how you can watch other games right there.
You can go to score-sports.com/football-23/ and tune in to all this Saturday football action. Oh, man. Watching the Bad Boys. Had the jet look. Quarterback kept it. Now rolling back to his right. Fires downfield. And hits number 11.
Oh, the ball's out.
Hit number 11 in the chest with the ball. But he fumbles.
That ball was taken away by number 1.
And number 1 recovers the ball. And that's going to be a first down because it was a change of possession.
Absolutely. So it'll be 1st and 10. Ball will be at the 37-yard line.
Now let's watch the officials straighten this out. Okay.
Yeah, here we go.
There you go. Great job, fellas. Great job.
The guy down here, side judge down here was like, hey, I saw it. He caught it. They stripped it away from him. Got it. It's 1st down. Deal with it.
Yeah.
And right now, if you're the Cavaliers, you're thinking, really?
Seriously?
What's going on?
Who's not living right?
Yeah, exactly. Same thing I was thinking today. I was like, really? There's the snap. Going to flip it out to the running back and try to get to the edge, and that's number 52 again. He has done a nice job. We've seen that play run twice, and he's made the play both times.
Good lateral speed.
Absolutely.
That's one of those things you want out of your linebackers is lateral speed.
So 2nd down and 13 right here.
But the other thing that's happening is the clock is grinding away.
And just as you say that.
I don't understand what the call was.
They had some kind of trying to check the down marker, I think. So you're going doubles again.
That is solid advice.
I agree.
Fires down the left side of the field, and it's picked by number 63. That's his 2nd pick of the day. And he is running. He's got a chance.
He gets it all the way.
Oh, if he'd stayed outside right there. I felt like if he'd stayed outside to the right, he had a shot.
Number 63 playing corner.
I
love that.
And that is his 2nd interception of the day.
I mean, and then a nice run back all the way to the 40-yard line.
So huge turn of events right here.
Yeah.
What looked like certain doom for the Cavaliers has now come out with a fighting chance for the Cavaliers.
I can't remember the last time I called 3 offensive plays and there were 2 interceptions. Oh, wait, I can. It was in the state championship game, and it was back-to-back plays where there were interceptions, and we were down 14 and went from being down 7-0 down 21-0 in a hurry. I was like, well, that was a really good job there, Coach.
Well, sometimes things just don't go your way.
They did. Those dudes did a great job getting to that point that year. So, Cavaliers with trips on this 1st and 10 at their own 40-yard line.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
There's a lot of hitting going on. There's some physical stuff happening.
That was a pass that there was about a 20-yard run on there for no gain. Bring up 2nd down and 10.
So it was like a Barry Sanders pass reception?
It was. He made 3 people miss and got in the same spot.
I remember watching him run, and he would run back and forth, and he's running like 115 yards and to gain 1.
Greatest 1-yard run in the history of football.
Yeah. He was a phenomenal player.
So much fun to watch. So 2nd down, they're going to give him a little bit in front of the yard line, so call it 9. Outside zone for no gain. It'll be 3rd down in. Right at 9.5.
So the Cavaliers really kind of unable to get anything going right now. Need a little mojo.
Yeah, they need something. Like you said, if you got something that you've kept, under wraps for a little while right here, this might be the time to do it.
That trick play you've been practicing over and over again at practice?
Yep.
I know we ran a reverse off a toss one time. And after the game, the guy on the other side said, Coach, did y'all just draw that up? I said, man, we've been practicing that for 8 weeks. We run that twice a day for 8 weeks.
We did it just for you.
And I was like, we've been waiting for the opportunity, and here it was.
Wide open.
Oh, no, he can't hang on to the ball.
I mean, there were 2 unblocked rushers coming from the offensive right-hand side, and he just throws a strike down there. Couldn't hang on to it. It'll bring up 4th down and 9. And it looks like the Cavaliers are going to punt.
And rightfully so. You don't want to give a short field to the Bad Boys if you don't have to.
No, pin them back. See if you can get a turnover. Get yourself a short field right here.
Make sure they got enough guys out there.
Not so certain that is a correct assessment.
Punt team is always one of those things that nobody can remember. Why, I cannot tell you.
Here's the punt. This time it's not a punt off.
That was a really nice punt, but it's going to be a good return.
Oh. Did they take his helmet off? Yes, it did come off.
And they had to blow it dead because his helmet came off. That was a really nice return, and that was a really nice return by number 9.
Yeah, he caught that on the run, bringing it up the sideline, made a nice cut back to the inside.
I mean, you saw some of the guys from the Cavaliers be like, hey, man, nice run.
Good cut right there.
So you're down 12-8.
You punt, thinking you're going to back them up.
And you have a good punt.
Yeah, and they return it right back to almost where the line of scrimmage was.
Yeah.
You had a 2-yard net punt right there.
That's a bummer, is how I would technically classify that. And if I were standing on the sideline, I'd be like, seriously?
Be like, that's just the way it's been. You know, one of those nights.
You know, one of those things where you feel like, okay, this is not meant to be. But you can't lose faith.
Nope.
There's a lot of game left to be played here only in the 3rd quarter.
Not enough offensive linemen out here.
No, need one more.
Can't have one more, but now they're going to get it right there.
It's like people are just walking up and playing line like.
Yep. It's like everybody calls a formation and then they, hey, okay. Line of scrimmage is my call right here.
Yeah.
So
obviously, you know, that's one of the Bad Boys issues. They're short on OL.
Yep. 1st and 10. Bad Boys call a timeout right here. And what has been a day of action, according to my good friend, Mr. Coach Collins, next to me.
Without a doubt. Been a really good game. Really good day in general. I mean, games haven't all been close, but there's been a lot of good football played. And, you know, if you like explosive offense.
And I do. Like seeing big plays.
Hey, here's a news flash for you. Outlaws down 13-0 just got in.
Yeah, they scored twice. They scored one time, and they called it back on a holding. And they pushed them back, and they had a long run down the sideline. So they got it back in there. It's going to get interesting in that game, Coach.
Yeah, it's officially a ball game again. Because when it's a one-possession game, that's a little scary. Because all it takes is one big play. All it takes is one big play. And
That's
then,
right.
You know, it's a tie game. So they're currently leading 13-6. Outlaws line up to go for 2. As the Bad Boys come out to get set.
Wow, that was close.
Yep, ball sailed high. Low snap. Quick flip out to the right side to number 1. The ball's going to come loose. He never had possession of that.
That was great. Did you see the dive in the middle of the field, Coach?
Yeah, good hustle.
2nd down and 10. Ball is at the 42-yard line.
Well, here's the thing, because you never know what an official's going to call.
You also never know where officials going to spot the ball.
No, this is true.
Saw it last week where it was 1st and 10, incomplete pass, 2nd and 9.
Yeah, it's like they're just throwing some dice on the ground. Where you want to put it?
Like, I can just see me on some Friday night. Hey, we'll get a new. Is now a yard for every incomplete pass?
Well, that's helpful.
Thanks, man. Throw 40 incompletions. I have 0. We should have. Y'all had 0 total yards. Now we have 40. Got moved up every time we did it.
Okay, there we go.
There's the delay of game.
Yeah, the offensive line issue seems to be really throwing a wrench in the game here.
Of course it is, because
for the Bad Boys.
It's like they're trying to figure out who's going to play it snap to snap.
Well, I guess people won't have to play it every play. The unsung hero of the offense, the offensive lineman. And that guy's in the backfield.
Yep.
Quick.
Almost picked off.
Oh.
What a tackle.
But able to get what looks to be about 4.
Yeah, number 84 made a great play, because if he doesn't make that tackle and he gets to the edge right there,
yeah, that's a problem.
he might be right on down the sideline for another score.
Okay, he didn't do as well as I thought he had. Brings
The
up.
Spartans are doing pretty well, though, Coach, as they run it down the sideline on the kickoff return for a touchdown.
Yep, that is a back breaker.
Yeah, that's one of those things that when it happens, you're like,
Dagger in the heart. You just drove the field, overcame a penalty, got in the end zone, made it a 1-possession game, and give up a kickoff return.
but I don't think it's going to count.
That's a big momentum shift.
Touchdown is good, he said. Okay.
Looking downfield. Rolling to his right.
Run out of bounds. That's great. That's a great pursuit right there. Forced him to the sideline, the short side of the field. He had nowhere to go.
We could have gone up.
He could.
He had nowhere to go but up.
Up the sideline.
Yeah.
So, you know, you had a great punt return. You know, you started to drive off with an incompletion. You know, then you had the penalty. And now you're looking at, you know, 4th down and about 13, 14, you know, somewhere around in there. And, you know, to be quite honest with you, if I'm the Bad Boys, you know, are they going to punt right here? They're 10 yards back. He got it off, Coach.
Oh, a good punt.
Rolled all the way into the end zone. That was a bomb. So a 46-yard punt, no return. It'll be a 26-yard net punt.
Oh, nice arm there.
So 1st and 10, ball bit the 20-yard line right here. And the Cavaliers, you know, kind of start thinking about how many more possessions do we get in this game?
Yeah, this is one of those that's going to count. This has been a really long third quarter, I will tell you that.
Well, I mean, you've had a couple of injuries. Right now you got a flag down that they're having to determine what they're going to do with.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Waiting for a signal from the officials.
Did they call roughing? They did. They called roughing the punter.
Oh, that's.
So Bad Boys get the first down. Last time this happened, they went down and scored to cut it to 8-6.
But again, if you're the Bad Boys, you're grinding the clock.
Hello.
So sack right there. It's good sportsmanship again. Both classy programs apparently.
That was a loss of right at 10 yards, so it's 2nd down and 20, Coach.
Yeah, they just, like when the ball turned over, they were on top of him.
Meat at the quarterback.
He can't get it out of his hand fast enough.
No, he was trying. He wanted to throw the fade right there. And they've changed footballs. The referee was like, "We're not using this football." He was like, "Yeah, you are." He said that to the other referee. The other referee just threw his hands up. It was like today, one of our catcher wanted to call a timeout and go talk to the pitcher about something. The umpire said no. He had been there. It was like the last inning of the 2nd game of the doubleheader, and he was like, "It's 75 degrees. I'm hot. You're not going to make this last any longer than it is."
I didn't know they could refuse.
Not supposed to. Here's the reverse again. They got him. Wow, what a block.
Played much better that time.
That was a great job by the guy.
And nice open field tackle right there.
Number 11 makes a nice play.
For something that would have been huge.
Yeah, but the great job on the edge. When he cut back inside, though, he paid for doing a good job because somebody was waiting there to introduce themselves.
But now comes the great O-line debate.
Yes, I've got to go play right tackle on this play. Gain of about 4 on the reverse, and it will bring up 3rd down and 16.
Just circle up and do potatoes.
1 potato, 2 potato.
I had to teach my kid what potatoes were. I was like, y'all don't ever do this at school? That's how we pick teams or decide who's it.
Yeah.
You know, democracy at work.
And we should stop right there before this conversation goes any further. Double pass. What?
Oh. Looked like his arm got hit as he tried to let go of it.
It was a great play call. I think that was I'm going to give the Bad Boys some credit. They got some stuff working right here.
They're down for shenanigans. But, you know, it's 4th and, 15? So, you know, they're probably going to try to air it out again. But I do believe I would line up in an empty set and then bring my interior man on the trips back inside on the screen, release everybody, release all the linemen downfield, and just drop it over to him and let him run.
Number 1 just came out of the game.
Because here comes the heat. Well, maybe not. Maybe I misspoke. It looks like they're going to try to play coverage.
He's going to punt. That's a great job. Drops it inside the 10. That's a
nicely done. That was a good quick kick.
I like that. That was a really nice call. They had a good series. You went with a reverse that they made a really nice play on. You had the double pass. Then you follow that up with a quick kick and you pin you know, the Cavaliers down in, you know, inside their 10-yard line, and they haven't exactly had a stellar offensive, you know, third quarter.
Yeah, you may get this ball back, and you had a great return on the last punt. You may get this ball back with a really short field.
Yep. The last two, you know, the opening kickoff of the second half, you had a great return. And then the punt, you had a great return. So 12-8 late in the third quarter here. We're in South Georgia for the South Georgia Cavaliers. And is it the Alabama Bad Boys?
It is. The Bama Bad Boys.
Bama Bad Boys. I like it. Alliteration.
So now, you know, we see the question is, Cavaliers, what you going to do?
They're going to throw the same quick screen. They got the hello.
Hey, good job right there.
And that's the last play
Of the third quarter, really positive play. So at the end of 3, the Bama Bad Boys up 12-8 over the South Georgia Cavaliers here in the barn burner game of the day. That's why it was game of the week, because we knew this was going to be a good one. We're going to change the field right here.
Coach, did you say we're going to change the field?
Yep.
We're going to flip the field? Because if we change it, that's going to take a long time.
I don't know. I like to change it up.
And after the way they changed the field at the Super Bowl, everybody was
Everybody fell down.
And the guy that just opened.
Yeah, somebody lost their job over that one.
They, you know, it was the guy that runs the Braves. Is the head grounds crewman for the Atlanta Braves, was what I was told.
Never heard anyone referred to as a crewman.
Called the grounds crew.
I agree. But I just never thought of them as being. I'm not saying it's incorrect.
Oh, yeah.
Grammatically. I'm saying I've never heard of anyone referred to as a crewman.
But the guy that was they referred to him as the sod king.
Oh, yeah?
George Toma, who used to do the NFL fields for all that stuff. He's like 80-something years old. And he was doing, he was talking about it, and he was talking about how they watered it too much and didn't put it out in the sun and all this other stuff, and that's why it was so wet. And they painted so much of it that they could. And didn't matter what cleats anybody wore. It wasn't a really good look.
Grass is a very interesting thing.
It is. Snap's done. There's your football, Coach.
Uh-oh.
You said it. Center quarterback exchange.
And
Ball is
they might have blown that dead early.
No, he just pointed it. Ball is recovered by number 10.
And so just as it's looking like the Cavaliers are kind of getting things going, they have the center quarterback snafu and give the ball back to the Bad Boys, already up 12-8.
I have no idea what happened right there, other than did they, snap it low and it hit off his foot and just rolled back into the defense. I mean, it rolled through the offensive line, and the linebacker recovered it. It would have been they would have gained 3 yards if they'd have ran it. So 1st and 10 now, sitting on the cusp of the red zone right here for the Bama Bad Boys, and a chance to make this a 2-possession game, which right now would be huge.
Yeah, in the fourth quarter, if you're up by 2 possessions, you got a good shot.
Yep. Unless.
Yeah, there's always that unless.
So 1st and 10.
I don't think there's enough guys on the line of scrimmage.
There is definitely not. I think the referee.
Yeah, they concur.
And they said, you can't do that.
On television. So, guys, we're on TV. You got to have 7 guys on the line of scrimmage. If I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. But it's just one of those crazy rules. It's funny, my son and I, he's starting to draw football plays. Like he really wants to play football. And I'm debating whether or not to let him play just because he's real young. So, you know, I'm like, you know what? I didn't start playing until middle school, or junior high back then.
Yeah.
So I don't know that he needs to.
All I can tell you is this: wherever he plays at, you need to make sure that, I know what you're going to do. You're going to want to make sure that he plays for somebody that.
Well, that's it. Is if I'm gonna have to like the coach in order for it to happen.
Uh-oh.
Throw back.
Caught.
Oh, what?
Caught it
Was
at
he
the
laying down?
He was laying on the field when he caught that ball at the 1 yard line.
That is redonkulous.
And also, outstanding. Can it be outstanding?
Why is the ball over there? What's he doing?
Not only that,
He spotted the ball like in between the numbers and the hash, and I was like, "What are you doing?"
now this for me. If I was the Bama Bad Boys, this might be the scariest play because now, they're going to get up underneath center. And they tried to run the quarterback.
Oh, and he fumbled the snap.
ball.
He fumbled the snap. Did they keep it?
I have no idea.
They're going to have to sort this one out.
Wait and see who's got the football right here. You got one team singling touchdown. It's not going to be a It is not going to be a touchdown. I do not believe. It's going to be second down. But yeah, he did fumble that ball right there, and now you're going to, like I said, frightening play. You're at the 1 yard line. You've been in the shotgun, and whether the shotgun snaps have been perfect all night or not, if you've watched the game, you know what the answer to that question is. But you haven't been under center at all. This is not, and I repeat, not the time.
No, to decide to go under center.
No, I don't care.
You
what
dance with the
anybody-
one that brung you.
I don't care what they tell you.
If you don't practice it, don't do it.
That was a great play on special teams by the Spartans, too. And there it was, direct snap. Goodness Lord.
They almost tore his head off.
Number 84 catches the direct snap. I'm not disagreeing with him. I think he got grabbed by the face mask.
Yeah, the head tackling is ill-advised.
But if you're the Cavaliers now, it's 3rd and goal right here. And
yeah, if you can bow your back right here.
You're not going to hear what I would run right here, Coach.
The reverse?
I would run the reverse again. Definitely would.
Well, they got 52 out of it once. Got probably 3 or 4 out of it the other time.
As you can hear the crowd getting behind it. Cavaliers defense. Flags all over the place now.
Looks like one of the offensive linemen maybe a little overzealous.
They called offsides.
Well, then there was no play.
Called offsides.
But is that a personal foul on the offensive lineman who continued?
I have no idea right there.
It was number 31 that I think they threw the penalty on. So half the distance. But now you have to account for this flag over here. Or are they saying that flag didn't happen now? Because the play didn't happen. How does that work?
I've seen them call penalties on a play, and then the play get overturned, and they still enforce the penalty. You can't just have a penalty and say, well, it didn't count now.
Yeah, that's interesting.
My favorite
Because if that was a personal foul, that's 15.
My favorite one is when the guy jumps off sides and the tackle holds him, so they call offsides and holding. Oh, my word.
He did go through him awfully early. But no, they also got a gift with not having that penalty enforced.
I think they have an argument right there. I think whoever was playing quarterback right there did an outstanding job of getting that football off.
I'm still jumping up and down, like I'm probably forehead to temple with the guy on my side talking to him about the fact that they call a penalty, you have to enforce that. Nobody waved it off, so you have to enforce it. And him going, it wasn't my call. It wasn't my call, coach. And I'm like, well, you need to go talk to somebody. Because me and you both know that's wrong. And if you don't do anything about it, you're complicit.
You can be
and
terrible.
then explain you can be terrible or you can be sensitive, but you can't be both.
Oh, if he picks that up and runs for a touchdown.
Oh, okay. At best for the defense, though, that's an inadvertent whistle.
Yep.
I would say he was more than likely in the grass.
Yeah.
When he let the ball go.
Forward progress had been stopped, but the Cavaliers take over on down after having 1st and goal at the 1. That is a goal line stand.
So, momentum all Cavaliers right now, because that's a huge stop and it's a huge motivation and morale boost. You know, you just bowed your backs after they had a guy laying on his back catch a ball at the 1 yard line.
The thing about it is that, if we're being honest, the Bad Boys defense has been the story of this second half.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, they had the huge reverse to number 1 right there where he went 52, and it was a great call. They've had a bunch of really outstanding calls, in my opinion, that haven't got anything, hadn't had anything to show for it. Like the double pass was a great call. But their defense, the Bad Boys defense, has just absolutely stifled it.
Yeah, they've been stingy.
That and their special teams have been outstanding. The return of the opening return, the punt return.
Yeah, the punt that they gave up the big return, that was probably the one.
Surprise onside kick. I mean, they've been dominant in every facet. Little zone read right here. They can run that play pretty much anytime they want to.
Yeah, but now it's not just a race to get a first down. It becomes a race against the clock, because if you don't score right here, it's not just about making progress.
Looks like we got a final in the Spartans game, 20-6. Clayton County Spartans will be victorious tonight. Kickoff return was a big factor in that game.
Oh, yeah, that was, like I said, that was a backbreaker.
And we always talk about special teams, man. Special teams and center quarterback exchange.
It's a third of the game.
It should be treated as such.
A third of the game.
Maybe not 55 minutes of practice as such.
But I know people that just don't practice it.
Well, you've never been in a place that doesn't practice it.
Yeah, I'm not saying I've ever been in somewhere like that, but.
Pass was incomplete right there. It's going to bring up 3rd down and 1. But I will say that when I got the job in Douglasville, Coach, that somebody came to our practice and watched one day. And, they spent a week watching us practice, and they told the principal that that we spent too much time on special teams. I was like, all right.
And you probably spent like 20 minutes a day.
20 minutes a day.
That's a segment, you know what I'm saying? That's
20 minutes a day to make sure that we didn't get a punt blocked or that we didn't get a kickoff ran back against us. Or, God forbid,
those are game changers.
We could make an extra point.
Those are game changers.
3rd and short right here.
In the gun, though.
Nice. Uh-oh, got a chance right here. Ooh, that was a great tackle.
Nice job out there in the open field.
Number 24 almost
popped that one.
Yeah. we have a Bad Boys down behind the play. Might be a cramp.
Yeah, here's the hoping it's just a cramp.
I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, South Georgia, we don't live in South Georgia.
No, we played down there before, and it is miserable hot all the time.
I can tell you right now that today, I don't live in South Georgia, but I was over, you know, when I got out of school, when the sun came up today, it got hot in a hurry. And I was not complaining, but when I got to school, it was 49 degrees. And by the time the first game was over, it was 65 degrees. And I was pretty much okay with that.
Yeah, it was pretty toasty outside today. My kids had a soccer game today at like 3 o'clock, and it was pretty warm. Like, I was surprised. Carson's goalie jersey is like neon yellow, and somebody spilled Gatorade all over it, so he had to go borrow one. And it was black, and I was like, oh, he's fixing to melt.
Yep.
But he got lucky. He ended up on the shaded end of the field for his half.
There it is. Good quality stuff. Shaded into the field. You got to be getting close to, you know, kind of the time where you start. Like we talked about it when the fourth quarter started. You know, you're thinking about.
You got to be ultra conscious of time. And, you know, in my mind, I'm over there thinking, like, and I'm walking down there to talk to you to go, hey, you know, we probably are going to get one more.
Yeah.
But that's going to be it.
And that's one of those things where when you're calling plays, you gotta understand that maybe in the first half, you know, if it gets to be 3rd and 12, you might run it or throw something safe and be okay with punting it. At this point in time, if it's 3rd and 12,
you got to have your best call in.
Yeah, you got to be ready to.
You got to have a call in that you think is going to convert. Not you might get lucky and it'll pop or.
Yeah.
Oh, chunking it down the field.
Did he catch that? He did catch that. Outstanding.
Holy smokes. That was a great catch.
I mean, that was great coverage.
I mean, and the ball went off. It looked like the ball went off his hands, flipped up in the air, and then
he caught it while he was laying down.
That is the second back-to-back possessions. Guys catching the ball, laying on the ground.
I mean, that was wild. Great concentration. And now you're back in that scenario inside the red zone, the score 58 red zone.
So the Cavaliers right here, now you got to finish.
Yep.
You know, and if you're the Bad Boys, you got to bow your backs right here.
They only have 3 guys down, Coach?
That's what it's looking like.
There's the zone read. I was just about to say, this is where you run it. And that is a great play on the edge right up there.
Really nice play, but still a 5-yard gain. And he's making me nervous holding the ball out there.
Somebody in the stands is nervous too. They just said, hold that ball.
But, you know, if you're the Cavaliers right here, you get to kind of take your time.
Yeah, you've now flipped the field where, you know, you get a goal line stand, you know, and now you're looking at
goal. They had 1st and goal from the 1.
I mean, that's just – those are demoralizing things.
And if you're the Bad Boys, you're just shaking your head right now. You're going, really?
I would, you know, and I'm them. I'm probably handing the football off right here.
Oh, for sure.
But I would have probably tried to block that guy on the edge.
Yeah.
A nice job. They just brought pressure off. Number 17 on the tackle right there. I think he's played some quarterback tonight, Coach. And it's going to be 3rd down and about 5.
Well, I got 2 downs to get this because I know I'm going for it.
But see, but this is where that, you know, now that you're in the red zone, you're down here. This makes these play calls even more, because what you don't want to do is call something right here that your players don't have faith in, because then if it doesn't convert, now they're like, all right, this guy don't know what he's doing. That's a great tackle.
Yeah, good job hanging on until help could get there.
And it's going to bring up 4th down, but that was right, Coach. That was we've got 2 downs to get 5 yards.
Would they get 2?
I don't even know if they may have gotten 1. Maybe 2. Okay, you might be right. 4th and 3 right here. Nah.
Well, they didn't get anything.
That's what I was saying. It was thrown at the line of scrimmage, so the angle of the,
Would be a great time if you've got some misdirection.
Number 24 in space would be what I was trying to do, because he made a cut on that run that was outstanding.
I tell you what, if you brought everybody down, blocked everybody down on the right side, and then kicked out with the back, let the quarterback run underneath it.
Quarterback power?
Yeah, there won't be anything there.
There's nobody in the middle of the field. Fumble. And he picked it up. He's going to get the 1st down. He may score. Fumbled again.
Who's got the ball? Okay. They maintain possession. They got a 1st down. The Cavalier ball.
That ball was fumbled not once, but twice. He picked the ball up in the backfield.
And was able to get a 1st down.
And made a cut while picking the ball up to go get the 1st down.
Great run.
And now the Bad Boys get a chance for their own goal line stand right here, but I would be really cognizant of
the read.
Yeah, the zone read right here.
Well, 11 just made a great run, so you got to be watching for 11.
I'd also be cognizant of 24 coming in motion and running the jet sweep. There's not many places to go in there, because they're foot to foot up front, Coach. So
ball flipped up into the air. I think that's going to be a loss.
It is a loss of 2. And I'll bring up 2nd and goal from the 4. Or like I said, 2nd and goal from the 5. Come on, ref, listen to me.
Cavaliers trying to get the call from the sideline.
And the clock's running. You've done a great job to flip the field. Give yourself a chance right here. With my luck, this would be what happened. I wouldn't score right here, and then I'd be like, okay, we got them pinned deep. And then I'd give them, then we'd get a safety instead of picking up a fumble or something. Still be down by 2 points. Then they'd kick off, and we'd have to drive the length of the field to try to win the game again. And they're going to get delay a game, Coach.
Oh.
Wow.
Yikes. So now it's 2nd and goal from the 10-yard line.
Yep.
See, I would love to see, like, some sort of RPO, get somebody singled up over there to the right side and fake the zone and throw the slant.
Yeah. I mean, the way they're playing this right now, I would fake it to the left and throw it to the slot back on the right. He's got him to the corner. That was really nicely defended. Bad Boys did a good job of defending that.
Now it's 3rd and goal, and looks like the Cavaliers are going to burn a timeout.
They are going to burn a timeout, trailing by 4 points here in the 4th quarter. 3rd and goal from the 10-yard line. They had 1st and goal at the 2.
They have the stick standing up. Okay.
Are you sending them messages?
Yeah.
Coach,
I was like, what are you guys doing? Because that's misleading.
Coach got his tinfoil hat out of his truck, started sending messages
to the mothership.
Please put the yard markers down. It's 1st, 2nd, 3rd and goal.
Yeah, I mean, that's like they were holding him up, and I was like, hold on now.
You can't get another 1st down.
Are they saying he didn't get a 1st down?
He had a 1st down. He picked up the fumble.
Or that there was room to get another 1st down?
No. That was that the 1.5-yard first downs.
Yeah.
You only get those when you play Jackson at Pike County.
That looked like a first down. It felt like a first down.
Wow.
Those guys.
I'm going to write me a book one day about all the stuff that's gone on in different places. The night we played Hancock Central, the 45-minute injury delay because ambulance had to go out to the to a car accident. That was interesting.
That was crazy.
Big play right here. What would just happened? Hello.
Oh. Well, it's a good thing they're not calling targeting.
And that's going to be 4th down. It's going to be 4th and goal at the 9 or 4th and goal, yeah, at the 9. But that looked like the snap was all jacked up.
Yeah, and like he just took off maybe.
Nothing about that play looked right.
Yeah, it didn't look designed.
And then the center just took his towel off and threw it right where somebody might run on the offense. Why didn't you score? I slipped on the center's towel.
Maybe it's a trick. Maybe he's trying to trip up one of the defensive players.
That's true.
Strategery.
There comes the fade. If he would have caught that right there.
And off his hand.
And now.
So the Bad Boys have a goal line stand.
I mean, back-to-back goal line stands.
We saw back-to-back interceptions.
We did.
Now we've seen back-to-back goal line stands with both teams inside the 5-yard line.
It has definitely been an interesting.
Because that drive started at the 3, or that first down was at the 3, correct?
Yes, it was at the 3.
So it's 1st and goal from the 3-yard line.
1st and goal at the 3, lose 2 on 1st down. Didn't get the delay of game. So you lost 2 on 1st down. You had to delay a game, threw the corner route. And after you threw the corner route, the next thing that you did was you called timeout because you wanted to get the play right. And then the center quarterback exchange was messed up, so the quarterback just had to run. And then you throw the little corner fade right there, and it wasn't a bad throw, and the receiver got his hand on it, but it was really nice coverage. It would have taken a perfect throw, to convert that. So now they're taking a knee.
What?
He took a knee.
Why? It can't be that late. Has this quarter gone by that quickly? I'm not sure what's happening.
I know he threw a flag. So I don't know what the flag's.
I don't understand.
Had too many people on the field. That's what the flag was on. He thought it was offsides, like I thought it was offsides. And so he took the snap and took a knee because
He thought it was offsides.
they didn't call offsides. So he took a knee at the 4-yard line or wherever they're at right now. Yeah, at the 4-yard line.
Yeah, can you decline so many men?
I mean, it should have tacked on. I mean,
Well, hey, Skipper.
I don't even know what's going on right now.
Oh, they're just going to have to talk for a little while. We'll have a meeting.
They're having a timeout.
Hold on, we don't know what's going on, so just wait a minute.
Do we need to call somebody?
He's got his rule book out right now. Going, okay.
Man, come on, man.
Not
you
times
sound like
not,
Craig Chapman.
Not
Hey,
times
we
not
brought
equals
Craig
not.
into the game. Craig
One
on
times
basketball.
not equals not.
Hey, man. They trying to keep it all together, man.
I appreciate it. They've done a good job. Both of these teams have.
They have made some.
been
They have
very-
made some calls where we were like, they're fixing to screw this up, and then they get it right, and we're like, well, look at that.
And both of the teams.
Gee,
Have,
well, look at that.
both of-
What's today? Today's Saturday.
it is
Yeah,
Saturday,
all day long.
March the
All day long.
4th.
Man, oh man, March 4th. the ants go marching on and on and on.
2 by 2.
Buddy, we just didn't have really much going on. You know, had some craziness going on. Everybody decided to come into work when they wanted to today.
I apologize for that.
That's what we do.
That wasn't really directed to you. It was directed towards him.
I was at a soccer game.
Oh, buddy.
And just so
do
you
not
know,
bring that communist sport involved in our conversation,
just so you
brother.
know,
Okay.
when I was getting ready to leave, my son goes, I thought it was just going to be me and you hanging out today, Daddy. Because my other 2 kids went to spend the night with their grandparents. And I was like, no, man, I got to go to work. He was like,
You got to go to work. This is what you're going to call work, brother.
Well, my kids call it work.
Anybody give me air quotes, I'm like, man, you're going down for
Yeah,
this.
my kids call this bear quotes, by the way.
Bear quotes?
they're-
Bear quotes.
We're going to get a take a knee right here.
Yep.
It must be really late in the game.
Yeah, it is. It's about over with. Talk to me a little bit about.
Fumble the ball. They got it. They have the football.
No.
Yes, they do. The ball was fun.
They got a flag on the ground.
What's the penalty?
I have no idea. I like these.
Oh, he's singing on all sides.
Man, I'm telling you, to take a knee that close to the goal line, you got a center quarterback exchange
Issue?
Well, no. Like it was met in heaven with Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan. Like if you were to be Meg Ryan and I was to be Tom Hanks. Okay? I mean, just throwing that out there on that part. I appreciate that.
My nephew, I'm at my nephew's game in South Carolina, and the snap is off, and it goes to the running back instead of the quarterback. He freaks out and kneels in the end zone.
Yeah, easily.
And I was like, run. Fall forward. Do anything but what you just did.
Right. So you were able to see at least the first part of the you saw the second half, Craig, and Adam, you saw the whole game.
Well, all but the very beginning.
The
'cause you didn't turn
Cavaliers,
it on fast enough.
the Cavaliers and the Bad Boys. Who played the better game here? Adam, go ahead and go first.
I mean, I thought these were really evenly matched teams, and both of them have had segments where they were brilliant.
Yeah.
However, offensively, creativity is going to have to go to the Bad Boys. The double pass, the reverse that went for 52 yards.
And is right now the deciding score.
That gave them the lead. That's, I would have liked to have seen the Cavaliers have some misdirection outside of the read.
Yep.
But I thought it was a really evenly matched game. Both teams have had chances to put it away. More than one chance.
Yeah, I think the Cavaliers will look at their penalties in the first half as saying that cost them a chance to be up by more points, probably ends the game. Special teams has been a disaster for the Cavaliers. The punt returns, the kickoff returns, as bad as it is to say it, the surprise onside. And this is a scary play right here. They've fumbled every snap they've been under center. Good Lord.
And they're just going at it, buddy.
There's no timeouts left.
And we look at the stats here at the end of the third quarter stats.
All right, so.
I mean, there's still a difference here. What would you say, Adam and Craig, both of y'all, right now, is the indicator allowing for not only the Bad Boys to win the game, but South Georgia should have been able to take a little bit more on their end?
Yeah, I mean, you've had an opportunity here. You have more yards, fewer turnovers, and fewer penalties. Common sense tells you that the Cavaliers win the game.
Brother, you can't bring in the word common sense.
But football doesn't work that way.
No, it definitely does not, man. There's so many other variables. What about you, Craig? Go ahead.
I mean, the one thing, the positive rushing stat came from a 52-yard run.
Yeah.
And that was the best call in the game, the biggest play in the game. Up until that point, South Georgia had dominated the game from a stats perspective. Now, the 4 turnovers was a little bit skewed because South Georgia doesn't get a turnover for the lost onside kick.
Let's go!
And, when I'm looking at this, the third quarter was all about the Bad Boys keeping control of the ball and keeping it away from the Cavaliers, and that's what they did, and the game is going to end right here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the last one.
I just heard him say, don't snap it.
4, 3, 2, 1.
And you can't ask for anything more from the side judges. I mean, I appreciate that. I mean, but most importantly here, we had our first week 1 truly of semi-pro football here. We were able to bring in 5 football games across the board. The last game was canceled, the 7 o'clock game. It did not occur, and we apologize for that on that end. But most importantly here, we were able to get the Outlaws and the Spartans, the North Georgia Wolverines versus the Pullers. We just witnessed the victory of the Bad Boys and the Cavaliers, and we saw the Tigers and the Ducks and the Force and the Sharks. Most importantly here across the board, we do our best to bring about football and see how everything kind of turns out here on the semi-professional world. 9:33 Eastern Standard Time. We're going to go say, hey, we've had enough, and we're going to take a little pause here. We were able to go live once everybody decided to end their first job, Craig and Adam. You got to do what you got to do here, buddy.
I hear you.
I know. But we'll be back here next week on March 11th on a Saturday. Add 7 days to that 4 number, and it gets to March 11th. It's going to be a lot of fun. We've got a lot of games on the queue, and hope we'll be able to bring as many games as we can to you all. Take care out there in this crazy world. So glad to have you with us. Craig, any last thoughts before we go to Adam? Because we really don't care about Adam. We love him, but we're going to ask Craig first. Craig, any thoughts?
Just looking forward to it. It looks like the season's going to be fun.
I mean, I love the 12-8 game. I mean,
yeah.
And the Cavaliers are in love with us. They got a good field.
I like it.
I know.
I like the field. I like the fact that both teams, I mean, look at the sportsmanship.
I know. And what we saw here today, Craig, we didn't see any bad sportsmanship. You always talk about keys to the game and what you're hoping can come across it. We'll have a little bit more on that part once these two gentlemen decide to actually have partake in the broadcast era instead of waiting for me to wake up from my nap on that part. Adam, your thoughts of the games you viewed tonight?
Well, first and foremost, nip-high football rules.
Okay.
But I thought it was great.
Craig, what did he just say? I heard nip high, and I'm like, who's nip high? I mean, I didn't understand that at all.
It's a Billy Madison reference.
Okay, brother, I understand that. I'm still not past preschool.
But I enjoyed the day. It was a great job by everybody we saw. Some teams had a tough day early on because the beginning of the season.
Well, I mean, week 1 is week 1. That's the neatest thing about all this. We had AFL and IFL all experiencing week 1. The Coastal Football Alliance doesn't start the coast. Did I say that right? I don't know if I did that, but the Coastal League does not start until next week, and then the AFF, that's the American Federation of Football, that took place here with the Hilton Head Sharks. That's where that game took place. Everything else is locked and loaded. EFL is in week 3 already. So it should be pretty interesting to see where everything kind of plays out after this first week. I hate that we didn't get to go into the Falcons and Titans game, but their field was closed based on the rain that came through, and that's what I thought was going to happen. I had to get that acknowledged by my filmer that went on site. With no further ado, we're going to say, hey, see you later. Be safe out there in this crazy world. I'm Bo McMichael with Craig Chapman and Adam Collins and my whole Score Sports and Score 58 Network streaming team. Take care out there in this crazy world and be safe.